Chapter 277. This was the reason why he came here, to encourage the high mountain tribe to leave the mountain. This was a plan that he had conceived for decades. Even he himself was amazed by the ingenuity of it. The execution of the plan had been unusually smooth in the past 10 years. The people of High Mountain Tribe thought they were smart, but they were actually being toyed with without knowing it. Encouraging the High Mountain Tribe to leave the mountain was beneficial to them, but this was just the beginning. Then, he slowly mixed sand into the Daoist children to let the High Mountain Tribe know. In fact, it was not sand. They were just ordinary Daoist children that he found in the remote villages in the western region, and even cultivated by himself. These Daoist children were all clean, and he did not have the ability to plant any future karma on them. Not to mention a small foundation establishment cultivator like him. Even those big cultivators in the sect could do nothing about it. No matter how delicate the seed of the heart was, it could lose its original will in the passage of time. His goal was not here in the first place. The plan was very successful. It was so successful that he did not have to do it himself. Instead, it was the stupid cultivators of the High Mountain Tribe who took the initiative to bear the responsibility. They thought that this would cause a fight between the two big sects, but they did not know that the big sect's vision was not something they could understand. The only surprise was the previous guard of Spearpoint. Although he was not smart enough, his nose was very sharp. He did not ask about the cause of the trouble, but only looked for the person who could cause the trouble. He had lived in Spearpoint town for a few years, and he might have been careless. Now that he was targeted by this guard who was familiar with the people in Spearpoint town, he had no choice but to get rid of him. Shenyuan's swordsman was indeed very powerful, but that referred to the internal sword, not the external sword. In the eyes of these Dharma cultivators, Xuanyuan's external sword was also a Dharma cultivator. It was just that they did not have a variety of magic instruments, but they used flying swords as their magic instruments. Tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators used the same kind of magic instrument, and its limitations were obvious. It lacked variety, no novelty, and the tactics were monotonous. It was easy to be contaminated. There were countless problems. Then, he changed to an external sword. This was reasonable. It was impossible for there to be an internal sword in such a place. Otherwise, the western region was so big that it was not enough to be divided by hundreds of internal sword. The newcomers were not familiar with Marojiao town, so naturally they would not notice him quickly. When he finished his task and left, who would know that he had been here? It was perfect, so smooth that he didn't even dare to imagine it. It was only when the plan began that it inexplicably stopped. To his surprise, he discovered that this new cultivator guarding Shenyuan was actually a freeloader who didn't do anything. He had the time to cultivate, the time to go to the night market, and the time to hook up with women in the mountains, but he didn't have the time to seriously investigate the origin of the Taoist child. He didn't even bother to summon those who were sent to Underwood City. He didn't even bother to ask those who were summoned back from other places. He just continued to send them to Underwood City. Wasn't this guardian a little too careless? And there was no way to rush him. This kind of thing could only be discovered by himself. That would be the most convincing. Everything was going smoothly, but why was it that every time he met a swordsman, there would always be trouble? You can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. In the months that followed, countless people and events tried to wake him up through various channels. The southern priest ran over mysteriously. I saw the person who sent the Taoist child to me. Lu Xiaoyi rolled his eyes. Did you see him yesterday or just now? The southern priest said, last night, at. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. I saw him yesterday. Where do you want me to go after him now? Fellow Daoist Nan, next time you don't have to say such things. Why don't you help me capture him? The southern priest was speechless. A merchant who was stationed in Marojiao town approached the stone tower. Fellow Daoist Yang, I want to report this. A few months ago, when I was crossing the Wolf Ridge, I happened to see a cultivator flying with a child. I suspect that someone is engaging in the business of buying and selling Taoist children. Lu Xiaoyi said, a few months ago? Then what have you been doing for the past few months? Could it be that you can go back in time and let us investigate this matter a few months ago? How can you be so sure that the child is a Taoist child? What if it's his son? He has two. What if it's two sons? Or a son and a nephew? The mayor of Marojiao town panted as he climbed up the hill. Immortal Master, recently, my subordinates found out that some of the Taoist children sent away by Ru Song Taoist school did not match their household registration. I think that someone is impersonating them, Lu Xiaoyi said. Household registration is a big matter among the people. Shenyuan has already ordered that if anyone dares to hide, impersonate, or make false reports, the position of the local registrar will be immediately removed and replaced. Why don't we go through all the household registration for the past 10 years? The mayor's forehead was sweating. This could be because the registrar is not careful. I will go back and check again. Daoist Ming Quan was the head of the roaming dragon temple. Ever since this Shenyuan guardian Daoist came, other than the second day when he came to pay his respects, he didn't have any contact with him. On this day, he brought a Daoist child to the front of the stone pagoda. He didn't see that sword cultivator, but he saw a newly written couplet pasted on the stone pagoda. The first line, the speaker has a heart. The second line, the listener has no intention. The horizontal line, it's rare to be confused. He looked at the couplet for a long time, sighed, and turned to leave. The Taoist child behind him stumbled to catch up, puzzled. Master, we haven't seen him yet. Why are you leaving? Ming Quan smiled bitterly. He doesn't want to hear it. For people like us who are entrusted by others, why do we have to look for trouble? Lu Xiaoyi was getting happier and happier. If he shared his happiness with the people around him, everyone would be happy together. If he shared his pain with others, everyone would suffer together. When he passed his depression to others, he would feel very happy when he saw other people's depression. Happiness was the source of inspiration. Although he was talented in swordsmanship, he had not created his own swordsmanship so far. This did not conform to his own definition of himself. In theory, the most talented foundation establishment cultivators would be able to find something unique to themselves in the later stages of the foundation establishment stage. It might not form a system, but it would be unique in certain aspects. The progress of the cultivation world was also developed through this kind of continuous exploration. Lu Xiaoyi believed that he was different because he was an old soul that had drifted for countless years. Because he had a previous life, other than not remembering who he was, he had memories of everything else. Why couldn't he dig out some of his own things? The principle came from the lever principle of his previous life. He wanted to solve the weakness of his flying sword's lack of power. This was a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In fact, among the swordsmen of the same level, his flying sword had the support of the sword spirit. The power of his flying sword had already surpassed the majority of his peers in the same level. He was also far more flexible in controlling it. However, he was not satisfied. He wanted to obtain the ability to make the final decision because he was a lazy person. He did not like endless battles that dragged on and on. Chapter 278. How could the principle of leverage be used in swordsmanship? This was a question that required a lot of skill. The flying sword flew through the air and started attacking when it met the enemy. How could it achieve a balance in each attack, bearing up and turning down? The most important thing was to find a point, a fulcrum. In the current system of swordsmanship, it was all about balancing the fulcrum. This could achieve the balance and effectiveness of each attack of the flying sword. The first attack carried 1,000 pounds of force, the second attack was still 1,000 pounds, and the third attack was also 1,000 pounds. The advantage of this was not only that the attack could be sustained, but more importantly, after one attack, the flying sword could turn around more quickly to start the next attack. It was easier to control, and not like endless waves that needed to be adjusted. The flying sword couldn't find a fulcrum, so his idea was to find one within the flying sword. The prerequisite was that the two sword spirits needed to understand the principle of leverage. He already had a preliminary idea about this, and made adjustments to the sword formation. But in the implementation, he found that he had to first teach the two sword spirits the most basic physics principles. This was too difficult. To learn physics, he had to first teach mathematics. Fortunately, the future days were very long. Even if they were 2 pieces of wood, he had to clamp them out of the hole. As for the birth of Hidden Fragrance's spirit, he had already basically met the requirements. He only lacked 1 head. Based on a cultivator's intuition, he knew that this wasn't something that could be forced. He couldn't go on a killing spree just because he was short of 1 head. This was a cultivator's self-discipline, and also a human's self-discipline. Otherwise, once he opened his mouth, he would fall into the devil's path, and there would be no cure. Thinking back carefully, the opponents who gave birth to sword spirits in the first 2 times were actually stronger than him. Whether it was Chao Wendao or Yang Yun, it was the same. He didn't know the specific reason behind this, and could only try while exploring. There were too many things he didn't know, including why he could give birth to sword spirits when he killed the enemy, and the other swordsmen couldn't do it. What secret was hidden in the end? He didn't know how much blood would be stained on other people's hands in the process of growing up, but in his process of growing up, blood had always accompanied him. This was somewhat inconceivable for a person who fainted from blood. The crux of the matter was that his understanding of combat had never included the concept of sparring. This concept had been running through his entire cultivation process. After coming out for a long time, he seemed to have adapted to such a pace of cultivation. Although the spiritual vigor here was not as abundant as on the dome, the atmosphere was not as crisscrossed with sword chi, there was no Dharma assembly to listen to, and there was no bow tower to read. But every time he looked down from the stone pagoda, he had a different feeling. This was his spear point town, even if he was a little unwilling. Just like that, another 3 months passed. When Lu Xiaoyi was about to forget the story, everyone else was about to go crazy. A special guest had come to the stone pagoda. If he had been monitoring the Willow Alley, he would have known that this person had also visited a certain courtyard under the cover of night. But he did not, and he did not care. This person's movements were like a leopard cat, jumping up and down quickly and nimbly. From this, one could see the powerful explosive force hidden in his body. From a combat perspective, this must be a Foundation establishment cultivator who was very good at close combat. There were countless 5-ring orthodoxes, so it was not surprising that some of them had the characteristics of monsters. But this person was very polite. I am Goja from the Red Summit High Mountain Tribe. I am here today on behalf of the Red Summit High Mountain Tribe to pay my respects to fellow Daoist. I hope to receive Shuan Yuan's understanding and support in cultivation. There were countless high mountain tribes, each based on the region they were in. For example, the highest peak in their region was a red iron mountain. Under the sun, red light shone everywhere, so they were called the Red Summit High Mountain Tribe. This kind of gesture was not something Lu Xiaoyi could reject. This was a tribe's submission to Shu An Yuan. For the sake of walking out, for the sake of the legacy of cultivation, he had no reason to ignore this. Lu Xiaoyi returned the greeting. He was very solemn. He avoided it because he did not want to fall into someone else's rhythm, but he faced it because it was his duty. Please speak. I will report the High Mountain Tribe's request truthfully to the sect. Fellow Daoist, you don't have to worry. The communication is not smooth. Goja said seriously, my Red Summit High Mountain Tribe has long wanted to integrate into the 5th ring cultivation world. But we have always been hesitant, and there are different opinions within the tribe. We have also taken action before, such as sending Daoist children to the western regions to study as a test. Please forgive us for our cover-up, but after tens of thousands of years, the High Mountain Tribe cannot be completely at ease. This time, we have made up our mind to invite fellow Daoist to visit our tribe. As the saying goes, seeing is better than hearing. If fellow Daoist agrees with the Red Summit High Mountain Tribe's aspirations for the world after seeing it, please put in a good word for us in the report. This was a reason he could not refuse. It was not something that could be brushed off by playing dumb. Even if this trip was dangerous, he was a cultivator and the guardian of Spearpoint Town. Okay, when do we leave? Goja sighed in relief. 3 days from now, at the end of the morning, I will lead the way for fellow Daoist Shu An Yuan. Watching Goja leave, Lu Xiaoyi sighed. He did not doubt the sincerity of the Red Summit High Mountain Tribe. As long as they had a normal mind, They would know what choice to make in the best interest of their tribe. The problem was it really so simple? He had ignored this group of people for a few months, and Daoist Nan had occasionally sent him news. The Wandering Dragon Temple had also secretly leaked some information to him. Therefore, he was not completely blind. In Spearpoint Town, his powerful divine sense could guarantee that he would be the first to detect some malicious spying, but he could not launch a thunderous attack. The one hiding in the back was not like the southern priest, who had taught himself to be useless. If he failed to hit the target, he would beat the grass and alert the enemy. Besides, it was impossible for him to control his flying sword to the point where he could kill without hurting the innocent and destroy a house. Spearpoint Town was densely populated, so it was not a place for cultivators to fight. This was probably the reason why some people did not choose to cultivate in the barren hills outside the town, but hid in the houses of the town. He needed to wait for an opportunity where his flying sword could move freely. 3 days later, Gozhe and 2 other foundation building cultivators came to the stone tower. Lu Xiaoyi was a little surprised. Why, are these 2 also from the Red Summit High Mountain tribe? Gozhe was a little embarrassed. No, these 2 are merchants who live in Marojian town. They know that I'm going to invite some distinguished guests back to the tribe, so they want to go with me to collect some goods. You know, some of our high mountain tribe's mineral resources are also very precious. But this is just a side matter. If you don't want to, you cannot let them come with you. They are here today to ask for your permission. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the 2 merchants. One of them was an old acquaintance, Daoist Ming Kun, the hot-tempered man who carried goods across the mountains, was looking at him expectantly. So he smiled. It is better to have fun together than alone. Since we are all from Spearpoint Town, why can't we go together? It will relieve the loneliness of the journey, which is exactly what I want. Everyone introduced themselves. The other merchant said that he had been doing business in Spearpoint Town for more than 20 years, so he was a real old man. Under Gozhe's lead, everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the east. Along the way, everyone was using Dharma evasion. For others, this was normal, but for a swordsman to use Dharma evasion instead of sword kinesis was very strange. There were only 2 reasons for this situation. Not good at sword kinesis. Was there a swordsman who was not good at sword kinesis? Then there was only one reason, which was to hide, a ridiculous hiding. Was it necessary for a swordsman to hide his sword kinesis? Chapter 279. Along the way, everyone was chatting and laughing. They were all shrewd and would not show anything on their faces just because they had something on their mind. All kinds of local customs and strange stories came out of their mouths, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The mountain gradually became taller and taller. Under Gozhe's lead, they could always find the lower peaks to go around and not force themselves to go up in a straight line. There were different levels of cultivation and escape techniques, but they were all foundation establishment cultivators, and there was a limit to how high they could fly. What surprised the other 3 was that the swordsman was able to keep up with everyone's speed even without using his sword. This disciple of a large sect was indeed different. Even though his cultivation was the lowest among the 3, his escape technique was really impressive. After going around in circles for 2 days, they were only about 2,000 miles into the depths of Wolf's Ridge. After going around several maze-like peaks, a relatively flat plateau appeared in front of them. Wooden houses were scattered all over the place and were built according to the terrain. This was the gathering place of the Red-Top Alpine tribe, Star Luopan. The Alpine tribe was not a nomadic tribe. They had their own place to settle down, and the mountains were not grasslands. They could not migrate along with the water and grass. Their main source of food was the endless variety of beasts in Wolf's Ridge. Here, grain and wheat were considered high-end food, and not everyone could afford to eat them. They would only eat them occasionally or entertain guests. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi also doubted if they had any guests here. They lived in the mountains and did not live in seclusion. Without the power of a group, a single person could not survive in Wolf's Ridge, especially those ordinary people. So even though this place was hidden, there was no secret to speak of. It might be troublesome for foundation establishment cultivators to find it, but for Jindan or Yuanning cultivators, It was a matter of using their divine sense to scan the area. So to the large sects, they had no resistance. The Alpine tribe cultivators here were mostly foundation establishment cultivators. At the very least, Lu Xiaoyi did not find any Jindan cultivators. This could be a concealment or a cruel reality. Lu Xiaoyi was introduced to the clan leader of the Alpine tribe, as well as other Alpine cultivators of all ages. The two merchants, on the other hand, went to pick their own goods. In this kind of situation, Lu Xiaoyi didn't have much to do. He just needed to put on a pair of ears and listen. His biggest role was to be a mouthpiece. The decisive answer shouldn't be made by him. At the very least, it should be about ascending to the palace, or even about the sword aura soaring to the heavens tower. What disappointed him was that although the higher-ups of the Red Summit High Mountain tribe were very sincere, their stance on the matter of the Taoist children was still the same as before. They were only limited to the Taoist children sent to the western regions in the past decade or so, and they even provided a detailed list. They didn't lie, they just didn't tell the whole story. Lu Xiaoyi could understand. After all, with such weak strength, it was normal for them to have so many concerns if they wanted to integrate into the western regions without getting hurt. At night, the Alpine tribe held a grand welcoming ceremony for the guests. Of course, it was for cultivators. It was meaningless for ordinary people to participate in such an event. Lu Xiaoyi estimated that there were about 10 foundation establishment cultivators and 100 qi refinement cultivators. This was almost all of the Red Summit High Mountain tribe. After all, this High Mountain tribe was one of the weaker tribes in the entire Wolf's Ridge. The two merchants were also invited. Everyone gathered together and had a great time. In order to show off more, the Alpine tribe took the initiative to demonstrate their skills in front of the guests. Lu Xiaoyi then realized that the Alpine tribe, or at least the Red Summit High Mountain tribe, were the best at beast taming. After spending tens of thousands of years in the Wolf's Ridge with the demonic beasts, they had to practice this skill even if they didn't want to. After practicing for so long, it became their main skill. Beast taming was not something that was favored by orthodox Taoists. It was said that there were no laws that could be used to tame beasts, and there was no distinction between good and bad. However, in the eyes of orthodox Taoists, transferring a portion of one's combat ability and cultivation ability to a demonic beast was a kind of trick, and trickery was the most unacceptable concept in the cultivation of the Great Tao. The real Taoist beast taming method starts from the nascent soul stage and never touches it at the basic stage. It is to make full use of all the instincts of the cultivator. After the nascent soul stage, the cultivator will also use the ancient beasts and wild beasts as the objects of control. It is just a kind of contractual relationship between friends. The cultivator will never put his cultivation on any kind of auxiliary creature other than himself. This is the great foresight of the big forces in the world of cultivation. But then again, who would give up on the fastest way to increase their strength in the Wolf's Ridge? Talking about the Great Tao also depended on the living environment. First was the performance of the qi refinement cultivators. Unfortunately, from Lu Xiaoyi's point of view, this was just a performance between two demonic beasts. Because the qi refinement cultivators were still unable to control demonic beasts that were too powerful, the intelligence of the demonic beasts was still in a state of enlightenment. Most of the fights between the demonic beasts still relied on their claws and teeth like ordinary beasts. Occasionally, they would be able to conjure a ball of fire and ice. That was all. There were even occasional cases where the demonic beasts would go berserk and attack indiscriminately. Perhaps they also felt that the performance of the qi refinement cultivators was too weak. Very soon, the Alpine Foundation establishment cultivators also began their performance. Their techniques were much better and their cooperation with the demonic beasts was also very unique. They really had the ability to fight. Although they were far from outstanding, but in the cultivation world of the West regions, they were at least below average. This was the polishing of time. Some orthodoxies were sharper under the polishing of time, while others were sharpened to the point that their blades were gone. The once great celestial wolf orthodoxy could not be seen in the current Red Summit High Mountain tribe. Of course, This could also be because the ancestors of the Red Summit High Mountain tribe were not the top inheritances of the time. Lu Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was watching with great interest. This kind of cooperation between humans and demonic beasts was very practical in battle. It seemed that although the Gaoshan tribe did not have anything special in terms of Taoism, they paid particular attention to practical combat. This was also a choice forced by their living environment. It was very useful. During the banquet, Goja walked over with a little white tiger. "Fellow Daoist Yang, please take a look. This is the top demonic beast near the Red Summit, the winged tiger. Although it is small, it was born with spiritual intelligence. In the entire Wolf's Ridge demonic beast pedigree, it can be considered a top existence. What's so precious about it is that even us Foundation establishment cultivators may not be able to get our hands on it. Today, I give it to fellow Daoist Yang. I hope that our two clans will always be on good terms, help each other, and be good neighbors." Lu Xiaoyi led the white tiger over. It was very cute. There were two small meat bumps on its back, presumably where it would grow its wings in the future. No matter how mighty a feline would become in the future, it could still soften people's hearts when it was young. "I can't accept this gift." Lu Xiaoyi rejected it directly. "First of all, the future of our two clans cannot be decided by me. My small shoulders can't carry a sect and a clan. Second of all, how many people in the Shenyuan sword sect have you seen who play with beasts? I am a soft-hearted person who can't bear to see cute things. If I like them, I can't bear to part with them. If I can't bear to part with them, I will lose the big picture for the small, so." In fact, these were not the main reasons for his rejection. The main reason was that he was unwilling to imprison a living creature in a spiritual beast bag forever. This was a blasphemy to freedom. He couldn't change others, but at least he could protect himself. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward and that everyone was looking at him, the protagonist, he straightened his back. The masters have performed a lot to show their hospitality to their guests. As guests, we should naturally reciprocate. As the saying goes, give a peach and return a plum. Next, I will invite a fellow Daoist to come out and demonstrate to everyone the mysteries of the fifth ring cultivation world. Looking around, there weren't many candidates. Other than the two merchant cultivators, there were no other fifth ring cultivators here. He smiled at Ming Kun and said, "Familiarity is better than strangers. There are only a few of us here. Why don't we perform together to thank the masters for their hospitality?" Chapter 280. Lu Xiaoyi's interruption immediately covered up the awkwardness of rejecting the host's goodwill. Rejecting the host's gift in front of everyone was something that only the sword lunatic, Shenyuan swordsman, would do. Other people with a bit of worldly wisdom would find a private occasion to reject the host's gift. Therefore, his behavior was very unpopular. However, for the sake of the big picture, and because he was the specially invited main character, even if he was angry, he couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, although this person was rude in rejecting the gift, he was quite perceptive in other aspects. In a cultivators' gathering, acting was the most important thing, and they could exchange what they needed. They couldn't just sit there and watch the show with a clear conscience. However, the three cultivators present had special statuses. Lu Xiaoyi was needless to say, as the Gaoshan man was counting on him to build a relationship with Shenyuan. The other two cultivators were counting on him to sell their goods for a good price, so it wasn't good to force them to perform. They didn't dare to open their mouths, for fear that they would be rejected. That would be truly embarrassing. This was the embarrassment of being the weaker party. Fortunately, although the swordsman was lacking in worldly wisdom, he was a keen hunter when it came to fighting. Without needing anyone to invite him, he stood up on his own. This saved everyone from wasting their breath. Therefore, everyone cheered in unison, instantly forgetting the awkwardness from just now. This was also due to the Gaoshan man's unique temperament. Ming Kun smiled bitterly. It was normal for the swordsman to choose him among the three cultivators from the outside. Out of three, he had to choose two, so there was a high probability that he would be able to perform. Therefore, he didn't pretend to be pretentious. He stood up and bowed from afar. "Xuanyuan's sword is sharp, and he is famous for his 5 rings. I hope fellow Daoist Yang will be merciful and not break my old bones. Lu Xiaoyi laughed and raised his hand to return the greeting. Fellow Daoist Ming's skills are profound, and your cultivation experience is much higher than mine. Why bother to make fun of a Foundation establishment junior like me? The two of them flew into the air at the same time, about 200 feet away from each other. This was the standard distance for a Foundation establishment cultivator. However, if one were to consider their cultivation and the time it took to build their foundation, Lu Xiaoyi would be at a disadvantage. This was because if it were a normal swordsman, he would only be able to control his flying sword for a distance of about 350 feet. From this point alone, it could be seen that Daoist Ming Kun was very experienced in dealing with swordsmen. This was definitely not his first time. Even when he was performing a demonstration, he put himself just outside the safe distance. Lu Xiaoyi used the star escape technique, while Ming Kun used the wind escape technique. Both of them walked the path of elegance and ease. Just this simple leap into the air caused the alpine cultivators below to gasp in admiration. They also had speed, but they were far from being able to lift heavy weights as easily as the two in the air. The world of cultivation was so big that if one didn't explore it, one would be a frog at the bottom of a well. The swordsmen hadn't used the sword they were best at, and the Dharma cultivator was no more than an ordinary businessman. However, in terms of the escape technique, the alpine cultivators couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Lu Xiaoyi didn't pretend to be pretentious. He stood still, nodded slightly, and tightened his bow. The 4 Seasons sword shot out towards Ming Kun, who was 200 feet away. This was a common problem for swordsmen. Whether it was a battle of life and death or a demonstration of skills, the swordsman had to make the first move. This was a lifelong habit that couldn't be changed. Ming Kun smiled and silently chanted an incantation. He pointed his finger forward, and a turbid fog rose 500 feet in front of him. It was the acid rain fog. This was the simplest and most practical spell for a Dharma cultivator to use against a swordsman. It couldn't completely block the flying sword from piercing into his body, but if the flying sword wanted to penetrate his body, it would have to go through the fog again and again. As time passed, the damage to the flying sword would be obvious. This was only a soft defense. He still had a hard defense just in case. He twirled his fingers, and a talisman was ignited. A greenwood shield was placed in front of him, and at the same time, a gold-burning axe spun around his body. It was a combination of attack and defense. He saw through it very clearly. Once this sword cultivator's flying sword came out, whether it was its speed or power, it was at an ordinary level. It was not a threat to him. If he wanted to pretend to be a gentleman, he could even not make a move. He could calmly wait for the flying sword to lose its momentum a few dozen feet away from him without changing his expression, but since it was a Dharma demonstration, he had to show something to the cultivators on the mountain below. That was why he had the acid rain fog, the greenwood shield, and the gold-burning axe circling around his body. It wasn't really for defense, but for show. Of course, it could also be a precaution. He was a cautious person. The flying sword's momentum paused slightly before it entered the acid fog. This was within Ming Kun's expectations. This was a sign that the sword's momentum had run out. If it was an expert, they would have dodged before the flying sword completely entered the fog. However, this was a test of the cultivator's control over the flying sword. The swordsman's flying sword plunged headfirst into the fog. This was a common problem for Foundation establishment cultivators. They were aggressive when they attacked, but they were powerless when they retracted the sword. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Just as he was about to say a few polite words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The flying sword slowed down slightly before it suddenly accelerated in the acid fog. In the next moment, it had already appeared in front of him. His greenwood shield didn't even have enough time to defend himself. He could only rely on his gold-burning axe to block the attack. A loud clang was heard, and the Dharma artifact that was connected to his mind trembled. This wasn't a Dharma artifact, this was a premeditated murder. Ming Kun didn't have time to ask any more questions. The flying sword's control was abnormally nimble. With a slight turn, It changed direction and slashed down from behind as fast as lightning. Ming Kun was experienced. He immediately realized that his greenwood shield, which was several dozen feet away, wouldn't be able to return in time. The gold-burning axe was obviously at a disadvantage in the collision between the Dharma artifact and the flying sword. Fortunately, the power of the swordsman's flying sword was completely incompatible with his low cultivation level. Fortunately, although the gold-burning axe seemed to be able to attack and defend, it didn't have an advantage in either aspect. This was the specialty of a jack of all trade. Every time the Dharma artifact clashed with the Dharma artifact would vibrate more violently and be repelled further away. This meant that after a few exchanges, even his gold-burning axe wouldn't be able to provide an effective defense. He had already realized that the swordsman's position in Shenyuan wasn't simple at all. He also realized that the Dharma artifact's indifference for the past few months was just a facade. He also realized that the swordsman's invitation this time was an invitation to death. The swordsman knew everything. He was here specifically to deal with him. At this moment of life and death, there was no need to consider anything else. How to survive and how to kill this person was just like what happened in Slaughter Light Valley. He channeled his magic power and his dantian quickly stirred. The secret technique that he had been maintaining for a long time started to fade away. At the same time, he twisted his hand and another precious talisman was opened. A golden bird spread its wings and flew up. Talismans were divided into 3 grades. The most common grade was the talisman that covered all basic foundation establishment spells. It was also something that most foundation establishment cultivators usually carried. Usually, they would win by quantity. The next grade was the forbidden talisman. It included large-scale spells and some high-end defensive talismans. Ming Kun's greenwood shield could also be considered as part of this category. The highest grade of talisman was the spirit-controlling talisman. It was known as the treasured talisman. The treasured talisman had the souls of living creatures sealed within it. It often had special effects. This was something that foundation establishment cultivators couldn't create. Usually, it was specially created by Master Jin Dan and given to his disciples. Small sects wouldn't even have the chance to see it, let alone loose cultivators. The talisman that Ming Kun was using right now was one such treasured talisman. From this, it could be seen that his identity as a loose cultivator was not necessarily real. Chapter 281. However, before Ming Kun's talisman could show its power, Lu Xiaoyi's second flying sword was already whistling towards him. That was Zhu Cheng. It still ignored the attack range of 200 feet and the corrosive effect of the acid rain. Fortunately, Ming Kun had already released his golden sparrow. The sparrow's head pecked at the tip of the sword. The Zhu Cheng flying sword swung out, and the sparrow's body flickered. Ming Kun was shocked. He had already realized that he was already on the brink of death. He could no longer hold back. He only had one talisman, and it was given to him by his master. Where could he find a second one? In the blink of an eye, he could vaguely see that the swordsman was already within 350 feet of him. This was already within the attack range of his mystic instrument. He knew that blindly defending himself would be suicidal. He could only fight back with all his might and distract his opponent so that he could catch a breather. His dantian bulged again, and he spat out a cloud-patterned pearl from his mouth. It looked light, but it had the strength to carry a mountain. It flew straight towards the swordsman. This was his natal mystic instrument. To a spell cultivator, especially a disciple of a large sect like him, he did not lack mystic instruments. He had 7 or 8 of them on him. However, mystic instruments did not rely on quantity to win. Every mystic instrument needed the support of mana and soul to be used. If you threw out too many, the power of each mystic instrument would decrease, and the loss would outweigh the gain. It would be better for him to use the small axe that he was most proficient in both offense and defense and his natal cloud pattern bead to maximize the efficiency of his attack. At this moment, he still did not remove the acid mist. This was because he firmly believed that as long as he waited, the effects of the acid mist would become more and more obvious. While they were fighting intensely above, The people of the high mountain tribe below were watching with their mouths agape. Initially, when the flying sword flew out of the box, spells bloomed like fireworks. Some of the cultivators below were in high spirits as they watched. They felt that this foreign cultivator knew how to chant incantations. Now that they were fighting, the power of the two systems was displayed vividly. However, after a few short breaths, even the slowest person could see that something was wrong. This was no longer a technique demonstration. The matter was obvious. The spiritual vigor fluctuations caused by the collision of the flying swords and magical artifacts beside the spell cultivator were like an avalanche on a snowy peak. Amidst the chaos, there was a fierce killing intent. The Dharma cultivators blocked left and right. Spells, talismans, Dharma artifacts, and so on were endless. The mountain bumpkins were envious. The quality of each item was not something the ordinary goods in their hands could compare to. However, all of this paled in comparison to the killing intent of the two flying sword. Like the two sides of the Grim Reaper, they surrounded the spell cultivator and flew up and down, swift and fierce. They couldn't imagine how a Foundation establishment cultivator could control the two flying swords to such perfection with the control of his divine sense. As if it had its own soul. The deductive method had turned into a life and death battle. This kind of change caught everyone off guard. Although it looked better than a demonstration and was closer to reality, how did all this happen? Should I go up and stop them? Who had the ability to stop such a battle that was obviously far above them? Unless they all rushed up together. The mountain tribe cultivator was not the only one who was troubled. There was another merchant as well. He realized that he was in a dilemma. Indeed, Ming Kun was his friend, but this cigarette was from the western region's overlord, Shenyuan. Was it so easy to offend him? Especially for an itinerant cultivator like him, would he stop doing business in the future? Most importantly, the battle prowess and treasures displayed by these two people were beyond his imagination. The swordsman was still fine. The sword lunatic had always been like this and didn't care about anything. However, his old friend Ming Kun's abilities were too strange. This was completely not something an itinerant cultivator who earned resources from doing business should have. At this moment, a sharp-eyed mountain cultivator shouted in surprise, "Look at that spell cultivator, he's different from before." Everyone looked at his eyes, especially his face. Sure enough, he had changed from a standard rogue cultivator with a weather-beaten face to a handsome young daoist with a jade-like face. Seeing this, everyone understood that in these few short breaths, due to the heavy pressure from the swordsman, the large number of spells, talismans, treasured talismans, magic weapons, and mana had been stretched thin. He could no longer maintain some of the secret techniques that changed his appearance, thus revealing his true form. Most importantly, the mountain tribe cultivators all recognized this person. He was the itinerant cultivator who had been coming to their tribe to persuade them to leave for the past 10 years. Later on, he had started to meddle with the daoist children. He was also the one they had been trying to provoke into a fight with. However, the time and place of the tiger's bite was not within their control. Lu Xiaoyi could control his flying swords as usual as long as he did not get within 200 feet of Ming Kun, or even further apart. That was because his flying swords had sword spirit. To make it so that Ming Kun could not retaliate, he could unleash his greatest attack without restraint. However, he had other motives. He still needed to nurture the sword spirits, so the final attack should be completed by the hidden fragrance. The hidden fragrance did not have a sword spirit, so its attack range was not enough. Therefore, he had no choice but to get within 350 feet. As he wished, he lured Ming Kun's counterattack. However, before the cloud pattern pearl could reach him, he began his long-planned final attack combination. When the distance between the two was within 350 feet, not only could he use the hidden fragrance, he could also use the soul-fighting technique. Ming Kun, who was giving it his all, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. He knew that this was his opponent's spiritual attack. While he was shocked at the strength of the swordsman's spiritual power and his many tricks, he had no choice but to activate his defensive spell substitution. His spiritual power was not as good as his opponent's, but because he had at least 50 years of cultivation, the difference was not huge. He still activated his precious spell substitution because he knew that when facing the flying swords, there was no room for confusion, not even for a moment. He was a cautious person. He knew that when his cloud pattern pearl hit, the strength of his opponent's attack would definitely weaken. That would be the time for him to change his attack and defend. He had built his foundation for 70 to 80 years. He had wandered the wilderness for many years, so his battle experience was incomparably rich. Now, he could feel that there was indeed a gap between his cultivation and his opponent's. Then, as long as he could withstand the initial storm, the more time passed, the safer he would be, and the greater his chances of success would be. The acid fog did not stop. He did not believe that the swordsman's flying swords would be unharmed. Ming Kun did not think of leaving. This was the confidence of an outstanding cultivator. If he turned tail and ran at the first sign of trouble, his battle prowess would never improve. He also did not think that his opponent would have a third flying sword. With his knowledge of Xuanyuan's external swords, he knew very well that a cultivator with this level of cultivation would not have built his foundation for more than 20 to 30 years. It was already praiseworthy for a swordsman to be able to cultivate 2 flying swords in such a short period of time. This meant that he had spent a lot of time and energy on the flying sword. A battle was a judgment made after weighing all kinds of complicated factors. It was also a gamble. If he did not dare to gamble, he would not be a good cultivator. Chapter 282. The spiritual attack of the swordsman dissipated under Ming Kun's substitution. Then, he saw the 2 flying swords entwined together and twisted downwards in a spiral. This was Lu Xiaoyi's first attempt at the cooperation of the 2 swords. It was not just a superficial cooperation, but required a seamless understanding between the 2 sword spirits and himself, mutual coordination, and mutual attack and defense. This was a sword technique that was used at the same time as the spiritual attack. This should be the swordsman's final move, right? Ming Kun pointed at the bird, and the golden bird immediately shone brightly. It faced the dual flying swords head-on. After dealing with this wave of flying swords, his cloud pattern bead should have arrived, right? The battle was about to change. Ming Kun thought as he madly channeled his magic power due to the bird's outburst. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Then, he felt a sharp pain below his ribs as a sharp object pierced through. He lost the bet. The swordsman really did have a third flying sword, and it was an assassination-type flying sword. He had too much to say and too much to do. He still had a chance of survival because the flying sword that pierced through his body wasn't powerful enough to pierce through his heart. He still had a chance, and that was his goal for the past 10 years. He believed that no one would know his goal, not even the sect. This was an open mission, and he could do whatever he wanted. Everyone had their own curiosity, and he believed that the swordsman was no exception. It was just that he hid it even deeper. The swordsman would definitely want to know why he was doing this. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to, another chill, and his heart would shatter. That flying sword didn't give him a chance. Do you really not want to know anything? This was Ming Kun's final thought. Lu Xiaoyi reached out and caught the cloud pattern pearl that was about to hit him. The spell cultivator's counterattack was very resolute, but unfortunately, it was too late. Seeing Ming Kun's blood splattering everywhere, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He flipped his hand and took out a stick of sugar-coated haws. The cultivators below were completely silent. They had roughly understood the reason behind these 2 people's performance. It was not personal, but historical. No one dared to rashly step into it. Only another merchant had some courage, but he only dared to ask, "Why did you kill him?" Lu Xiaoyi licked the sugar-coated haws in satisfaction. His condition returned to normal and he turned to leave. "I killed too fiercely and didn't stop." A nice gathering had turned into a battle of life and death. The Gaoshan people had thought of letting the tiger and the bear fight each other, but they had never thought that it would be here. How could they get out of it in such a way? Was it really the right decision to integrate into the cultivation world of the western regions? With their level of strength, what they fused with was flesh, and what they pulled out might be bones. They had made thousands of plans, but they never thought that when it came down to it, everything would be different from what they had imagined. The clan leader sighed and turned to Goja. Tell Sister Yu to come back. We need to make other plans. Lu Xiaoyi circled around the mountains. With a cultivator's memory, he would not miss the route even if he walked through it once. The reason why he killed Ming Kun was not because he truly understood the truth of the matter, but because he knew that this person was fishing in troubled waters. From the first time he saw Ming Kun fight with others and met him, he knew that this person was not simple. How could it be so easy to meet? Ming Kun was the one who took the initiative in the battle. He could totally pull the battlefield to a more inaccessible place. Was it difficult in Wolf Ridge? And he was practicing swordsmanship in Wolf Ridge, which was a more obvious target. The possibility of a coincidence was not small. What he had been looking for was the reason for senior brother Guanggu's death. It could not be the southern Taoist and the other real natives of Spearpoint Town. They would not have such guts. It could not be the Gaoshan people either. They were digging their own graves. There must be a cultivator from another power hiding in the dark. This was what he had been waiting for, to use his idleness to wear down other people's patience. In the end, he had no choice but to jump out himself. Did he think that the sect's secret technique could cover him? He had underestimated his spiritual power. The use of spiritual power was only secondary to fighting. More importantly, it was in other aspects. This was Lu Xiaoyi's strongest aspect. He had been waiting for others to lose their patience, but he did not expect the people from the High Mountain tribe to jump out first. Fortunately, 2 merchants followed him. They were worried about his deal with the High Mountain tribe, so they wanted to see what was going on. With this look, their lives were on the line. Lu Xiaoyi was greedy for convenience. He was too lazy to get to the bottom of things. There were too many secrets in this world. He could not even figure out his own secrets, so how could he be interested in other people's secrets? Secrets between sects. This was very good. Once the key person died, the rest would vanish. As for the secrets, let them be buried and enjoy by themselves in the underworld. He did not care. 2 days later, Lu Xiaoyi returned to Spearpoint Town. Looking around, everything was normal. The stone tower was the same, the town was peaceful. When night fell, he went to the side street and the little willow alley again. The courtyard was quiet. Only a wisp of ambergris rose in spirals. He smiled and pushed the door open. The courtyard was clean and tidy, and all useful things were gone. This was the habit of the cultivators of Alpine Mountain. They were far less extravagant than their counterparts on the plains, and could abandon everything. Even the things of mortals could be used by the ordinary people of Alpine Mountain, so there was no reason to waste them. Only a tea set was left outside. Center Yusha was focused on cooking tea. Her movements were simple and elegant, but not as fancy as those outside. Lu Xiaoyi sat cross-legged in front of the tea table, waiting for her to serve him. When the cup was full, he sat facing her and said, "You know everything and are ready to leave." Center Yusha smiled apologetically. "I know. Goja is familiar with the road and returned a few hours earlier than you. I should have left by myself. A deceitful person is not qualified to face a swordsman. But I have some questions, so I have to ask them. So I'm thick-skinned enough to stay for a while." Lu Xiaoyi did not try to persuade her. He was not good at it and did not think it was necessary. "You're also a foundation establishment cultivator. Your ability to control and conceal your cultivation is rare and commendable. I didn't see through it even after facing you so many times." Center Yusha smiled bitterly. People from the mountains don't understand Daoist techniques that are too profound. I'm just borrowing the power of spirit beasts. In the eyes of orthodox Taoists, it's nothing. She took a deep breath, and her aura rose steadily. Soon, she reached the foundation establishment realm. She stretched out her slender hand, and a silver cocoon lay quietly in her palm. This is a hibernating cocoon. It's rare but not very powerful. It's not helpful to people in battle, but it's quite effective in concealing one's aura. As long as a cultivator's mind is connected to it, it can temporarily transfer most of the cultivator's cultivation. I originally wanted to give you one, but since you don't even like the most precious winged tiger in the clan, A mere hibernating cocoon is really not worth it. Moreover, this kind of creature is only willing to get close to people with solitary yin and solitary yang. Fellow Daoist is elegant and romantic, so it's not suitable. Chapter 283. Lu Xiaoyi was indifferent. The swordsman was a very independent sect. They had to be in control of everything, but they would never transfer their life's cultivation to spiritual beings, even if it was a creature they cultivated. They only believed in one kind of creature, sword spirit. As for the last sentence, it was just a hint that she would never marry, so as to prevent him from making some strange request and embarrassing everyone. Was he that kind of person? After some small talk, they soon got to the main topic. Center Yu was very curious. Fellow Daoist Yang, have you thoroughly investigated the matter of the Daoist children? Could it be through the Shenyuan Daoist Palace in Linxia City? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. I don't know. I didn't investigate. It's too troublesome. I'm too lazy to do anything. Center Yu was speechless. You killed him without investigating? Lu Xiaoyi said seriously. You probably have a misunderstanding about the Shenyuan sword sect. That's not the civil government. What evidence do you need? To the swordsman, we're all cultivators crossing the same bridge. If he finds it crowded and doesn't find it pleasing to the eye, he kills. Does he need a reason? Seeing Center Yu's disapproval, Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Don't look at the process, look at the result. Did I kill the wrong person? I don't think so. This guy had Xuanyuan's sword talisman among his belongings. That belonged to senior brother Guang Jiyu. After investigating, I still have to kill him. If I kill him now, it'll save me the trouble of investigating. Isn't that better? Center Yu stared at him. If you act like this, there will be a day when you kill the wrong person. How will you deal with it? Lu Xiaoyi drank a mouthful of tea. Why don't you think that the swordsman didn't kill the wrong person with a population of tens of thousands in Marozian town? Why didn't he kill me when I came to Marozian town for years, but now? If I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. That's enough. Center Yu seemed to understand something. The swordsman meant that he might not have a deep understanding of the matter, but he was very clear about people. He didn't solve the problem, but only the person who created the conflict. This was the swordsman's usual style. But I'm still suspicious. Is Shenyuan really at ease with these Daoist children, especially those with unknown backgrounds? They have the opportunity to enter Shenyuan. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at himself. If a sect wants to survive for a long time, it can't be single, it can't be pure, it can't be united. One voice, one direction, and one dream. If that was the case, then they would all fall into the pit. Therefore, they needed different voices, different directions, and different ambitions. Just like me, I'm from the outer realm. I don't even know if I'm on the same side as Shenyuan, but that doesn't mean that I won't do anything for Shenyuan. Shenyuan could even tolerate the abducted Foundation establishment cultivators from the outer domain. He was confident that he could turn them into his own people in the long river of time, let alone the natives of the Fifth Ring Mountain, and a young Daoist child at that. Since there is no discrimination in education, why should I bring trouble to myself and Shenyuan? Center Yu didn't believe him. Then, what's that person's goal? He put in so much effort to arrange for us Gaoshan tribesmen, and then mixed in his own personal goods. If your Shenyuan sword sect understands this, there's no reason that the other Dharma cultivation sects don't understand it, right? Lu Xiaoyi sneered. Of course, what I said just now was only in theory. In reality, all the major sects are still on guard against the natives. It's just that they don't show it on the surface, but secretly observe them. You know, if there are too many people on the watch list, or if someone finds out, it'll be very troublesome. This person's goal is nothing more than to let me find out about your Gaoshan tribesmen's intentions. Then, he'll go one step further and purposely leak information about the other Daoist children of the Gaoshan tribesmen, creating trouble for no reason. Then, is this only happening in Marozian town? Were the other places clean and pure? Finally, how much will Shenyuan pay to keep an eye on these people? If someone with ulterior motives tries to sow discord within Shenyuan and plant the seeds of distrust, how will they regain trust? So, I can't believe or listen to your hints. Of course, if you can't control yourself and jump out, I don't mind sending you on your way. Center Yu was speechless. The Gaoshan tribesman thought too simply of these things. Is the outside world always so complicated? Lu Xiaoyi nodded solemnly. That's right. I'm pretty honest. If you have more contact with the outside world, you'll know the cruelty and intrigue of this world. Center Yu was a little uncertain. What you mean is that the Gaoshan tribesmen shouldn't set foot in the outside world, but should stay in the mountains forever and isolate themselves. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. No, walking out is the only way out. But what I want to tell you is, don't compete with others in a field that you're not good at. If the Gaoshan tribesmen are straightforward, then continue to be so. If you're straightforward, then continue to be so. Why do you have to compete with others? Just like this time, you schemed so hard to make me achieve your goal. Did you succeed? It's simple. If you wanted to reach an agreement with another Gaoshan tribesman, what would you do? Would you think so hard and scheme behind their backs? Shenyuan is the same. They like straightforward people, so you don't have to look for me for these things. Lu Xiaoyi stood up. That's it. If the Gaoshan tribesmen need me to pass on a message, please leave a message at the stone tower. If you want to do it yourself, then we have nothing to do with each other. Center Yu fell into deep thought as she watched him leave. She needed to go back to the tribe and settle this with the elders. The Gaoshan tribesmen had reappeared, and the storm was unknown. But there was one thing that they had to respect: Shenyuan. This wasn't just following the crowd, nor was it completely based on their reputation. If a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Shenyuan could act so magnanimously and boldly, what kind of existence would the entire sect be? Just thinking about it made her shudder. Lu Xiaoyi was really relieved, but he didn't intend to reveal this news to Taoist Nan. Taoist Nan didn't follow the rules when doing business in the Taoist school. He deserved to be frightened for a while as punishment. Marozian town gradually regained its tranquility. Although there were no undercurrents, everything that happened in the Red Summit High Mountain tribe still spread out quietly. But it didn't spread too far, just within the Marozian town. But whether it was the local cultivators or the itinerant cultivator merchants, they were more afraid of the stone tower on the hill behind the south town. They were no longer idolizing it, but they were really afraid of it. Was it the Supreme? The Three Pure Ones? Or other top cultivation sects? This also caused a sense of distrust for the cultivators who traveled through the Wolf Ridge. If they were unlucky and got involved in the conflict between the big sects, they would really die without a burial place. It was too unjust. But there was no other way. The business had to continue, and the days had to go on. They could only be extra careful and pray that they wouldn't be too unlucky. Chapter 284. Lu Xiaoyi was very depressed in the stone tower. He was disappointed to find that the hidden fragrance did not give birth to a sword spirit after killing Ming Kun. Perhaps there was not enough time? But this possibility was very small. He had an intuition that the head this time could not help him give birth to a sword spirit. The reason was unclear. Perhaps the process of giving birth to a sword spirit was a random process, and there was no guarantee that he would succeed every time he killed the enemy. There were no rewards, but there were real losses. The Four Seasons and City of Destruction flying swords were corroded in the battle with Ming Kun. The Four Seasons was lighter, while the City of Destruction was heavier. This was the inevitable effect of the acid fog on the outer swords, and also a big limitation of the outer swordsman. If it was not a single battle, but multiple battles, or a group brawl, he might not have been able to use his flying sword. This was also why it was difficult for an outer swordsman to end a battle as quickly as an inner swordsman. Because of the fear of the flying swords, sometimes they could not use their full strength. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to use the flying swords after the battle. But Lu Xiaoyi was different. He had the help of a sword spirit, so he was more daring in this aspect. But no matter how daring he was, he still needed to repair it. The weakness was still there, and he needed to think of a way to get out of this predicament. Compared to other outer swordsmen, his flying swords had sword spirits, so there should be more ways. Originally, He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to incorporate his ideas about leverage into the restoration process. However, the two sword spirits were very stubborn and resistant. He did not want to force them and could only let them repair themselves. There were many gains and losses in this battle. Lu Xiaoyi was not very satisfied with the battle process. He felt that it was a little slow. Shouldn't a swordsman's sword move, the wind and clouds move, the enemy's head fall, and all will be clear? How many swords did he use in this battle? He did not use 100, but at least dozens. In the eyes of the high mountain tribe cultivators, it was very satisfying and straightforward. But only he knew that his current magical power level could not support him for a long time in such an intense battle. He had narrowly escaped this time, but what about the next time? If the hidden fragrance did not succeed, was he going to run? Actually, he was a little too stubborn. He didn't consider the level of his opponent. Ming Kun was not a newbie who had just entered the foundation establishment stage. He had 70 to 80 years of experience in the foundation establishment stage. His cultivation level was close to the peak, and his spells in all aspects had reached perfection. He was very experienced. He could be considered a core disciple in a top magic lineage sect. It was precisely because of his excellence that he was able to kill Guang Jiyu so easily, and that he had the confidence to complete an open mission on his own. If he continued to advance, he would very likely appear in the 5-ring continents leaderboard of Foundation establishment. Against such an opponent, it was already very impressive to be able to defeat and kill him. He had already improved his combat prowess by decades through his own changes in swordsmanship, and yet Lu Xiaoyi was still unaware of it. There was no problem with the attack range. There was also no problem in controlling the flying sword. There was also no problem with the strategy. The most important problem was that he didn't have the ability to make the final decision. No. Once the sword was unleashed, it could not be blocked. Through the power of the flying sword, there were many different directions. The cultivation level of transcendence energy was a very important aspect. It meant how much transcendence energy one could infuse into the flying sword, and of course, how powerful the flying sword was. Cultivation could only be accumulated over time. There was no shortcut. He was growing, and so were others, so it was not something that could be rushed. The number of sword formations and their attributes were another aspect. The more sword formations there were, the more offensive sword formations there were, which meant that the power would be greater. If a 9-layered flying sword formation was all offensive sword formations, the power would be greatly increased, but it would be futile without the enhancement of speed. This also required the growth of the sword spirit, and it was not something that Lu Xiaoyi could improve just because he wanted to. The sword spirit was one aspect. He already had it, and this was the reason why he was still able to live freely. Practicing the sword every day and communicating with the sword spirit was one aspect. He had been doing it all this time, but others were not idle either. They were also refining magic tools and talismans, so he could not rely on this to widen the gap. Therefore, he could only think of a way to increase the power of his flying sword in a short period of time. He came from his previous life, and had many advanced ideas. The principle of balance was only one of them, because he realized that this was the only way to achieve it through a flying sword formation. He had a very bad habit. He impatiently and carefully carved sword formations on his flying sword, but instead, he would often come up with some novel ideas on the layout of sword formations. In his previous life, he was the kind of student who could solve the most difficult mathematical problems, but would often lose points in the simplest and most basic fill-in-the-blank question. He realized that in the layout of all offensive sword formations, there was a balance point. It was because of the existence of this balance point that the flying sword could not advance or retreat. Once it attacked, it would not be able to stop, or after one attack, it would lose its momentum for the next attack. His idea was to turn this balance point into an imbalance point. He did not have to worry too much about the flying sword losing control, because he had the sword spirit's compensation control. If the balance point became an imbalance point, it would produce leverage. Because the fulcrum changed, it would no longer be in the center. For example, the current balance point of the flying sword was usually at the center of the formation. If he moved this fulcrum to the center of the formation, or even the center of the formation, the power of the short end would be in accordance with the principle of livre. Of course, the road had to be taken step by step, and rice had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. The first change to the balance point should be at the center of the formation, and after the sword spirit became familiar with it, he would slowly increase it until one day it became a terrifying ratio of 9-1. Of course, nothing was absolute. The imbalance of the balance point also had its shortcomings. For example, the normal balance point of the sword formation would allow the flying swords to maintain their maximum power, which was always 5. However, after the balance point was changed, the flying swords could only attack 4 after the first attack was 6. Thus, the next attack could only be 4. Thus, the rotation of the flying swords was like that. But for a swordsman, of course, it was more important to maintain the power of 6, and not always maintain the power of 5. This was the dream of every swordsman who pursued explosive power. When the intermittent explosive power increased, the direct consequence was that the difficulty of controlling the sword had increased. At this time, it was time for the sword spirits to show their usefulness. They could automatically connect with the flying swords, and would not lose their balance and fall down like fire sticks after a single explosive burst. This was Lu Xiaoyi's idea to increase the power of his flying sword for a short period of time. He had the theory, but what he lacked was the reality. He only lacked the 2 idiotic sword spirits to grow their brains in this aspect. After this incident, the people of Maojian town had more or less figured out the background of this new swordsman. He looked gentle and lazy, but in reality, he was ruthless and bloodthirsty. This judgment was very reasonable. Who would lick the candid whores after killing someone? Only a pervert would do that. Under this philosophy, the 2 servants were also withdrawn. It was obvious that they would not be able to obtain anything. Chapter 285. This was the time that truly belonged to Lu Xiaoyi. It was also the spearpoint town that truly belonged to him. He enjoyed this pace of cultivation very much. 1 year later, Lu Xiaoyi finally gained a considerable improvement in his swordsmanship. The 4 Seasons sword and Ju City sword had cultivated with him for several years. After the life and death battle with Mingxuan Taoist and the damage caused by the acid fog was repaired, both of them had reached a higher level. The direct benefit was that the 4 Seasons sword spirit had successfully carved the 9th layer of the sword formation on the 4 Seasons flying sword. It was a speed sword formation, so it could fly faster. The Ju City sword spirit had successfully carved the 8th layer of the sword formation on the Ju City flying sword. It was an attack sword formation. If one considered the progress of his magic power, the application of swordsmanship, and the growth of the sword spirit in this 1 year, his strength had taken a small step forward compared to the time when he was fighting Mingxuan. He should have improved by about 20%. It didn't sound like much, but it was actually very amazing to have achieved this in just 1 year. For most cultivators, 1 year was not a meaningful time. Most of them were still in the same place. Another indirect benefit was that the 2 sword spirits finally gave in and agreed to try his experiment of balancing the fulcrum lever in the following time. Lu Xiaoyi was about to continue working hard, but a group of uninvited guests broke into his territory. One day, he came back from practicing swordsmanship in the Wolf Ridge and found that there were strangers in the stone tower. He was surprised and used a method to check, but it made him very confused. Senior brother Guangbei, senior brother Yanbo, senior sister Yang Cheng, haha, it's my honor to have you here. I'll order the town to prepare some first-class banquets, all of which are local specialties of the Spearpoint town. Haha, this small place can't be compared to the Dome, but it has a different style. Those who came were all big brothers and big sisters. Needless to say, Yang Cheng was his senior sister who had the same name as him. She was the ice fairy who had a misunderstanding with him in the Sword Chi Rushing Heaven Pavilion. She was the object of admiration of countless people. Yanbo, inner sword. It was the white-clothed assassin who protected him when he went to the Minzhou prefecture. He always wore white clothes, always stood straight, always had his chin slightly raised, and always looked into the distance. Guangbei, internal sword. Not only was he the one with the highest seniority among them, he was probably also the one with the highest strength. He was a genial young man with a smile on his lips, making people feel close to him at first glance. He was also the leader of this group, but he rarely showed it. Of these three, the most junior, Yang Cheng, was 30 years older than Lu Xiaoyi. Yang Bo was almost 40 years older than him. Guang Bei was of the Guang generation, so he was at least 50 years older than him. He should be at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In other words, among all the foundation establishment cultivators in the fifth ring, he was at the top of the pyramid. They were all elites of Xuanyuan's internal and external swordsmen. What were they doing in such a remote place like Maoxian town? Lu Xiaoyi had a bad premonition. He hoped that he was overthinking and that it was better to send these people away. Guang Bei and Yanbo did not speak. Guang Bei was still smiling, while Yanbo continued to look into the distance. They probably felt that it was better to let the swordsman handle the matters of the external swordsman. They were cultured people who respected Xuanyuan's traditions and self-restraint. They were all trying their best to mend the differences between the external swordsman and the external swordsman. This was also the reason why the relationship between the external swordsman and the external swordsman had gradually eased over the past 10,000 years. However, Yang Cheng obviously could not do this. Where did you go? You were guarding Maoxian town, but you were nowhere to be found. We waited for you for 4 hours. Is this the external swordsman's ethics? It was not good for the external swordsman to criticize the external swordsman. This was gentlemanly. However, the external swordsmen had to be strict with themselves. This was self-discipline. They cooperated seamlessly, but their target, Lu Xiaoyi, had to make up an excuse. Haha, the scenery of the Wolf Ridge is strange and majestic. Haha, when I was at the dome, I always heard from the master that we, as disciples, should have more contact with nature. Only then will we have a pure and innocent heart. Haha, I, your junior brother, had nothing to do, so I went to embrace nature. I didn't think that I would hug it for so long. I've made all of you wait for so long. I'm really sorry. Yang Cheng knew that he was talking nonsense, but there was nothing he could do about this mischievous fellow. He could only change the topic. I heard that a year ago, you killed a Dharma cultivator here? The one who murdered senior brother Guang Bei. Why didn't you report the murder? What's the person's name? Which sect is he from? Why didn't you say anything? It was indeed this matter. Lu Xiaoyi knew that since the high mountain tribesmen did not come to find him, they must have gone directly to Shenyuan. He wondered what the sect's attitude would be if he told them the whole story. Whatever attitude they had, it was none of his business. Reporting to senior brothers and sisters, a year ago, I did kill a Dharma cultivator. He still had senior brother Guang Bei's sword talisman on him. As for his name and background, I didn't have time to find out. You all know that once the fight started, there would be no time to ask. As for why I didn't report it, firstly, since the high mountain tribesmen were going to visit Shenyuan, I could have told them all at once. Why would I waste the energy of the array? Secondly, the sect is too stingy. They only give 100 mid-grade spirit stones for killing one outside. Now that the dome peak is expensive, and there are profiteers everywhere, what can 100 spirit stones do? That's why I'm too lazy to report it. Lu Xiaoyi pushed the blame to the sect. After all, he had been in the dome peak for a long time, so he knew some basic things. He also realized that his first kill had been taken advantage of, so he didn't dare to go to the visitation hall to verify it. He could only complain in front of the inner sword. Everyone said that the inner sword was fair, so he wanted to see how fair he was. Yang Zong blushed. This cigarette but really didn't know what was good for him. How could he say such things in front of the inner sword? Shouldn't they discuss this matter behind closed doors if they were to embarrass the external sword sect for no reason? Nonsense. How could the visitation hall do such a thing? The hall masters are all honorable people. How could they be greedy for your spirit stones? Could it be that you lied about the results of the battle and were seen through by the elders? Before Lu Xiaoyi could reply, Yang Bo, who was dressed in white, spoke up. I can vouch for this. That time when he went to Minute Province, he did indeed have 4 heads in his account. 3 of them were Wushang and 1 was Wn Jingliu. He stirred up quite a lot of trouble. I was the one who was ordered to send him back. I don't know how much reward the visitation hall gave him, but the 4 heads are real. The sect has records, so it can't be fake. Smokey was very surprised. This battle record was already very impressive among the external swords. Moreover, they were all disciples of large sects, not small fries and shrimps. This time, they had even killed the murderer of the Light Valley. This kind of strength could no longer be described as a coincidence. Alright, if this is true, I will definitely get back what you owe when I return to the mountain after the mission. However, this is a separate matter. You have to explain the ins and outs of this incident clearly. Chapter 286. Lu Xiaoyi roughly explained what had happened, leaving the 3 speechless. Finally, he picked up the cloud-patterned bead and handed it over. I don't know the person, and I didn't get anything from the corpse. This bead is his natal instrument. Take a look and see where it came from. The 3 looked at it one by one, but they were at a loss of what to do. They were only at the foundation establishment stage, only a few decades older than Lu Xiaoyi. There wasn't much difference between them. Dharma cultivators' instruments all looked the same, so there was no way to tell which Dao they belonged to. As for foundation establishment Dharma cultivators, just the 3 pure ones alone had tens of thousands of them, more than the swordsman. How could they be sure? Finally, Guangbei handed the bead back to him and said gently, "Little junior brother, take this bead first. When there's a chance, let the elders in the sect take a look at it. Maybe they'll be able to tell. Actually, it doesn't matter. I, Shen Yuan, kill enemies in the 5th ring. I don't care which Dao they belong to. What's the difference?" Yang Bo snorted, "Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you keep guarding Spearpoint Town, sooner or later, someone will come looking for trouble with you. Everything will be clear then. But before you kill someone, you should at least get some basic information first, right? If you can't beat them, don't be stubborn. It's not shameful to make a sound." That was the gist of the situation. The 2 inner swordsmen didn't have the slightest intention of getting to the bottom of the matter. In fact, within the inner swordsmen, this kind of thing happened everywhere. Who would have the patience to look into it? Guangbei coughed lightly and said, "Junior brother Yang, it's like this. Half a year ago, 3 people from the Red Summit High Mountain tribe came to the dome. They claimed to be the tribe leader and requested permission to enter the Western region's cultivation world. The higher-ups agreed. After tens of thousands of years, some grudges have long been forgotten. There's no need to guard against small tribes. However, considering that there are hundreds of tribes in the Wolf Ridge, I'm afraid that the Red Top tribe isn't the only one with this wish. Since they have the intention, I, Shen Yuan, don't mind taking the initiative. Therefore, we sent out a mission to contact the tribes in the Wolf Ridge and find out their general intentions so that the sect can make an overall judgment." Lu Xiaoyi nodded submissively. Beside him, Yang Bo interjected, "To put it simply, the Wolf Ridge High Mountain tribe will leave the mountains sooner or later and integrate with the 5 Rings cultivation world. They will either come to our western regions, or go to the southeast regions or Erhai. Therefore, we have to act before those guys at Wolf Ridge do. How many people do they have? How many cultivators could they produce? But this was momentum. I can't lose to them. If the Gaoshan tribe has 100 clans, Shen Yuan will have at least 51. We can't lose the support of the people, understand? Did he have nothing better to do?" Lu Xiaoyi complained in his heart. Wasn't it better to let people choose? Everyone was safe and sound, and the well water did not interfere with the river water. Why did they have to compete with each other like primary school students? What was power? To put it bluntly, it was face. The upper echelons cared about face, but the lower echelons had to run errands. These 3 unlucky fellows deserved to take on this mission. They had plenty to worry about. With a solemn expression, he said, "The sect has great foresight. Senior brothers, you are truly the role models of my generation. Junior brother's status is low, and my shoulders are narrow. I can't bear such a heavy burden. I can only give my blessings from afar. I wish for victory and success. Here, junior brother will drink tea in place of wine. Cheers." He raised the teacup in front of him and drained it in one gulp. He looked extremely emotional. It was as if he was sending people on a journey that was bleak and cold. He was very self-righteous. These three obviously wanted to start with the Red Summit High Mountain tribe so that they could smoothly ask him about the situation. However, none of the three senior brothers and sisters raised their cups. Yang Bo raised his head to look at the clouds with a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Yang Cheng closed his eyes and lowered his head. His iceberg-like face was exceptionally cold, as if he was extremely angry that his junior brother from the external sword sect was so afraid of anything. Only senior brother Guang Bei was still smiling. The four of us have taken on this mission. We are going to take a look at the dangers of the Wolf Ridge and see if it can stop my Xuanyuan's sword. Lu Xiaoyi's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition and forced a smile. 4. Haha, so there's a senior brother who I don't know which hero he is. Is he the vanguard? Or is he in charge of logistics? Yang Cheng could not help but say, I'm afraid he can't be considered a hero. All four of you are here. But from what I see, junior brother, you want to be the vanguard? Lu Xiaoyi shook his hand and said, I'm in charge of logistics. I have experience. I can't be the vanguard. I'm dizzy with directions and can't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. That can't be right. I didn't apply for this mission. Xuanyuan's missions are all voluntary. It's not good to force people to join. I just came to the 5th ring and am unfamiliar with the place. My realm is low and I'm not strong enough. Why did you find me? Guang Bei said gently, the three of us did join willingly, but an elder told us that you played a huge role in the submission of the Red Summit High Mountain tribe. You must be familiar with the High Mountain tribe, so you were recommended to join us. It just so happens that junior sister Chuang is lacking an external sword partner, so, Lu Xiaoyi was indignant. The Red Peak High Mountain tribe surrendered willingly. I didn't do anything. It's them who can't live anymore. They came to the western regions because their tribe's land is closer to here. If the High Mountain tribe settlement is closer to the southeastern regions, they will definitely surrender to Peerless. It's a reality. I don't have the ability to pull them over. Guang Bei's smile was still the same. See, don't you know the Wolf Ridge very well? Lu Xiaoyi wanted to cry but had no tears. He realized that the more he tried to explain, the worse it would get. Can I not go? Seeing the three of them staring at him, he knew that he couldn't refuse, so he tried his best to come up with an excuse. Senior brothers and sisters, look, Marrow Tip Town isn't peaceful. Murders happen from time to time, and the transmigration merchants there never stop coming. Who knows what they're thinking? We need someone to keep an eye on them. Also, the Stone Tower's formation is precious. If no one looks after it and it gets destroyed. I promised to give lectures to the town's dojo. They need me to cut the ribbon for the newly opened official residence. Yang Bo interrupted, I saw that a new green restaurant opened in town. Did they invite you to try it out? Lu Xiaoyi choked heavily. He could see that these three people were like tortoises eating weights. They were determined to drag him down with them. Guang Bei continued to speak softly and slowly. Junior brother Yang is truly a responsible person. You are very meticulous in your considerations. However, it is only a bunch of clowns. Even if they were placed in the western regions, they would not be able to make any waves. It is better for us to not get involved in the affairs of the mortal world. As for the stone pagoda array that you mentioned, rest assured that no one would dare to touch it. After junior brother Guang Jiyu left, you took over. Go pack up. We'll set off in an hour. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Aren't we going to rest for a night before leaving? Yang Bo exclaimed softly, sword cultivators of our generation must cut through all obstacles without fearing danger. What's there to rest for? Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Chapter 287. An hour later, Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to set out with the three true sword show. In order to maintain the formation of the group and maintain the solemnity of a sword show, he chose to ride his sword. After an hour, Guang Bei gently asked, Junior brother, your best escape technique isn't riding on your sword, right? Lu Xiaoyi knew what he meant. Since his senior brother had requested him to ride on his sword, he couldn't blame the swordsman for not riding on his sword. Therefore, when it came to starlight guidance, he was relaxed, and the others weren't sullen either. Yang Bo was very dissatisfied. As a swordsman, how can you be so perfunctory when it comes to flying on your sword? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Guangbei tried to smooth things over. The sword control technique can't be used in actual combat, so there are many swordsmen who are better at other escape techniques than the sword control technique. It's not strange at all. Junior brother, don't be fooled by your young age, you're better at actual combat than anything else. That's why you have such an impressive record. Not bad, not bad. Lu Xiaoyi led the way in front. Hearing Yang Bo's incessant nagging, Lu Xiaoyi wanted to teach him a lesson. Therefore, he increased the speed of his starlight guidance to 80% of its original speed. With his current constellation system, he could identify and borrow power from nearly 100 stars. When he used this technique, especially in the mountains, he could change directions as he wished. He was as fast as lightning, flying in the valleys and mountain streams without slowing down at all. He was like a jumping star in the mountains. The sword control technique was good at sprinting and increasing speed. It was very advantageous in open spaces, but it wasn't very suitable in the mountains. Therefore, even though the three of them were following Lu Xiaoyi, some of them actually felt that it was strenuous. Yang Chang's cultivation was the lowest among the three, so she was the first to feel that she couldn't keep up. There were a few times when the sword control technique brushed past the mountain peaks, but she was stubborn. She clenched her teeth and didn't say anything. Yang Bo was also paying full attention. He was afraid that he would lose face in front of this junior brother. He could still keep up now, but if Lu Xiaoyi increased his speed, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Among the three of them, only Guangbei did not seem to have noticed. He was only 100 feet behind Lu Xiaoyi, not a bit more, not a bit less. Lu Xiaoyi only ran for less than a moment before he slowed down. He was not throwing a tantrum. How old was he? Why was he still using such a ridiculous method? All he wanted to know was how fast he was compared to the other swordsmen in Shenyuan. From the looks of it, it was basically in line with his expectations. It wasn't that starlight traction technique was better than sword control technique, it was just that his achievement in starlight traction technique was better than the other people's achievement in sword control technique. This proved that he had made the right choice. Choosing what he was best at, he would be able to walk further on this path than others. His potential in the star system had yet to be fully realized. The more stars he had, the greater his future would be. In the end, the only thing that limited him was the limit of his body's endurance. Lu Xiaoyi had walked this path before, so he was quite familiar with it. Therefore, he could accept being the vanguard. However, other than Red Roof, he could not be the vanguard anymore, right? In less than 2 days, the four of them arrived at Xingluoping. Lu Xiaoyi was not the only one who had nothing to do. Instead, Guangbei and Yang Chen were the only ones who had nothing to do. Lu Xiaoyi was just strolling around, but he was not the only one who had nothing to do. The arrogant Yang Bo also had nothing to do. They were already tens of thousands of feet above sea level. Who knew what he was looking at when he was still looking up at the sky? Lu Xiaoyi had an old friend in this place. Under Center Yu's hospitality, he enjoyed a feast that was unique to the High Mountain tribe. The only thing that made him unhappy was that Yang Bo actually followed him to eat and drink, as if he had no qualms about it. Was this shamelessness trained by the heavens? With this third wheel around, Lu Xiaoyi could not say anything else. After the feast was over and the two left Center Yu's wooden house, Lu Xiaoyi finally could not help but say, "Senior brother, this is not good, right? Shouldn't the inner sword be dedicated to the sword and sharpening one's will for cultivation? You should be cultivating at this time, not messing around with your junior brothers gathering with a girl." Yang Bo did not care about his sarcasm. This girl is not bad. She looks good, and her temperament is excellent. I see that she has a big belly. She's someone who can raise a child. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Were all the elites of the inner sword like this? She has a hibernating cocoon. Yang Bo did not care. Just find a chance to kill it. What's the big deal? The four of them stayed in Xingluo Ping for 3 days. They also reached an agreement with the Red Summit High Mountain tribesmen, mainly about the rules, responsibilities, obligations, and rights that the High Mountain tribesmen had to abide by after being allowed to enter the western regions. Some things had to be said up front, or there would be endless trouble. Shenyuan was not a babysitter. He was not in charge of everything in the High Mountain tribe. There were many details involved, not only between the High Mountain tribesmen and Shenyuan, but also between the High Mountain tribe and the various sects of the western regions, including the future and the large sects on the other side of Wolf's Ridge. There were different principles. In theory, Shenyuan would be in charge of the conflict between the High Mountain tribesmen and the other side of Wolf's Ridge. However, they would not easily interfere in the internal disputes of the western regions. This was the general bottom line. There were many things that Lu Xiaoyi was too lazy to ask. In these 3 days, he had become familiar with his senior brothers. He also asked many questions that had been on his mind. Senior sister, the reward for this mission must be very generous, right? If everything goes well, how much will we get in the end? Yang Bo glanced at him with a half-smile. It wasn't specified, but I came here willingly. In my opinion, the opportunity to train is much more important than material rewards. Lu Xiaoyi could not help but look at the next person. Yang Bo raised his chin. Do you think your senior brother is someone who is tempted by resources? Everything is for the sect. Spirit stones are just worldly possessions. Guang Bei smiled faintly. Little Yi. Spirit stones are very important, but don't be blinded by them and not see the original brilliance of this world. When you understand this brilliance one day, you won't care about any other resources. Lu Xiaoyi widened his eyes. So you're all tired of seeing the brilliance of spirit stones, and now you're talking about grand principles? But I'm not tired of this vulgarity. Why don't you leave the vulgarity to me, and you can go and find your own world? Senior brother Guang Bei, Wolf Ridge is so big, and the Red Summit High Mountain tribe is only one of them. And to be honest, they're one of the weaker tribes. There are only 4 of us. Even if senior brother Guang Bei can fight against 10 of them, and senior brother Yang Bo can fight against 5 of them, we won't be able to withstand their numbers. Besides, there are no Jindan cultivators in Red Summit, but that doesn't mean there aren't any in the other high mountain tribes. Maybe there's even Yuanying. Us 4 foundation establishment cultivators want to go to all the high mountain tribes as ambassadors. Aren't we looking down on the heroes of the world? Yang Bo glared at him. I can't just fight against 5 of them. Yang Bo curled his lips. Guang Bei was not angry at all. I understand what you mean, junior brother. You're saying that if Martial Uncle Jindan leads the team, or even Martial Ancestor Yuanying, then wouldn't it be as easy as flipping one's hand? Why take off your pants and fart now, and let us 4 puny foundation establishment cultivators do it? Lu Xiaoyi did not speak, but his meaning was clear. Chapter 288. The Xuanyuan's principle has always been to surpass the levels, either low or high. What does that mean? It means that whatever the Yuanying spiritual masters can do, they will arrange for Jindan to do it. Whatever Jindan does, it will naturally be the foundation establishment stage's turn. On one hand, this is the only way to test the abilities of the disciples. Making them think of ways to complete tasks in the face of danger is very beneficial to the cultivator's future. Whether it's temperament, strength, or upper level, it's all a form of training. When you are used to struggling in dangerous situations, you won't feel anything when you encounter real danger. On the other hand, the Shenyuan swordsmen have the ability to kill those of a higher level, so it's actually not as dangerous as you think it is. Lu Xiaoyi disagreed, muttering, I still prefer using a butcher's knife to kill chickens. Guang Bei was very patient. The Wolf Ridge High Mountain tribe is the result of the changes of time. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions of the region, this process is a process of weakening. If it's too complicated, 3 days and 3 nights won't be enough to explain it all. I'll just say one point, because if a 5th ring cultivator wants to break through to the Yuanying realm, they have to come out and participate in the fight for the outer spiritual opportunity of the 5th ring. Under the countless attacks of the 5th ring, they don't have this opportunity. Therefore, the Yuanying realm has long been extinct in the Wolf Ridge. Jindan still has them, but they are very few in number. The fifth ring has an agreement with the Wolf Ridge. Outside cultivators of the Jindan realm and above are not allowed to stay in the Wolf Ridge. Only Foundation establishment stage cultivators are allowed to move freely, so you don't have to worry about meeting a Jindan realm cultivator here. Then, what else is there to worry about? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Strange rules. But it was because of these rules that the high mountain tribe in the Wolf Ridge could survive for tens of thousands of years without being affected by the outside world. Otherwise, they would have become the vassals of the various large sects. But there was a limit. When the high mountain tribe felt that their cultivation was unable to continue, they would eventually walk out on their own. The Wolf Ridge is tens of millions of miles long. If we continue like this, even if there are no accidents, how many years will it take to walk out? Can you do it in this lifetime? Smokey sighed. Even if you want to leave, you'll have to wait for the chance. This time in Shenyuan, there are a total of 10 groups like ours. Each group will be responsible for a section. Our section is about 1 million li north of Marozian town. There are more than 40 alpine tribes. It won't take too much time. It will take at least 3 or 4 years, and at most 7 or 8 years. It's not a big deal. After such a long time, he was really annoyed. This was the nature of lazy people. He had intentionally suggested that the 4 of them should split up to save time. Even if they couldn't work alone, they could work in pairs. That way, they could save half the time. However, he still chose to slack off when he was faced with the choice of shouldering the responsibility alone or slacking off even though it would take time. With the 4 of them traveling together, he was basically an idle person. Fine, he would just treat it as joining a long-distance tour group. Are the other teams also willing to contribute without asking for a reward? Yang Bo laughed. No. They were all here to get paid. Therefore, only our group is the most special and different from the rest. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. At %Yuan hash, the matter with the Red Top Alpine tribe went smoothly because both sides had already agreed. Now, it was just a formality. Their real test was yet to come. It was the remaining 40 alpine tribes whose attitudes were unknown. They had a detailed map of the Wolf Ridge. It was meticulously drawn by the divine senses of the sect's great cultivators. Not only the Wolf Ridge, the western regions, the southeastern regions, and the Erhai Sea were all under Xuanyuan's control. There were no secrets. Of course, it was the same for the other large sects, or even more detailed. Guangbei handed a map to Lu Xiaoyi. The valleys, peaks, paths, and elevation were all recorded clearly. Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. Senior brother, why are you giving this to me? I don't need it, right? Why would I be afraid of going the wrong way when I'm following behind my senior brothers and sisters? Guangbei smiled even more warmly. I feel that little Yi, you're the best at leading the way. We won't have to fly over dangerous peaks in vain. Moreover, we can train our speed by flying. What do you all think? Yang Bo strongly supported him. When the group moves forward, the scouts take precedence. Swordsmen are in groups. The most skilled ones are the best. Little junior brother is very capable. This honor is not suitable for anyone else. He's the only one who can bear it. Lu Xiaoyi looked at Yang Chang hopefully, hoping that this senior sister who also belonged to the branch of the external sword could help him. After getting along with her for a few days, he found that although this senior sister had a cold heart, she was still very considerate. However, Yang Chang did not seem to notice Lu Xiaoyi's pitiful gaze. All right, I, the external sword, will not shirk my responsibility. Lu Xiaoyi felt miserable. This senior sister of his loved to use her authority to pressure others. The external swords were shouldered. You're also an external sword. Why don't you do it? Although he was angry, he still had to do what he had to do. It was like the relationship between a veteran and a new recruit in the army in his previous life. There was no room for doubt. The only thing one could hope for was to become a veteran one day. After looking at the map for an entire night, he found a path that could be used to fly. The next mountain tribe was called the Great Bay Tribe because their gathering place was shaped like a huge bay. It was less than 50,000 miles in a straight line. However, this Great Bay Tribe was even deeper into the core region of Wolf Ridge than the Red Top Tribe. The mountain terrain was also higher. Wolf Ridge had an average height of 10,000 jong. Generally speaking, the closer to the core region, the higher it was. It wasn't uncommon for some famous mountains to reach a height of 10,000 jong. The maximum height a foundation establishment cultivator could fly at was around 10,000 jong. Thus, finding a path formed by valleys and mountain bases was crucial. Otherwise, if they couldn't fly, they could only crawl. This was very embarrassing for a cultivator. Letting Lu Xiaoyi be the vanguard was not completely bullying him. The most important thing was that his escape technique was different from others. If one did not look at the sword case on his back, they would definitely think that he was a spell cultivator. A cultivator's senses in the wild were definitely based on divine sense, followed by vision, hearing, and then the other three senses. Sword control was too unique. Others would know that a swordsman was coming from afar. However, the star escape technique was different. A place like Wolf Ridge might be a place beyond the reach of a fifth ring cultivator, but it was also a dangerous place. Some of the rules and restrictions here were not as restrictive as the outside world. Other than some fundamental rules, such as not allowing Jindan cultivators to cause trouble here, the other rules were much weaker. Battles and life and death were very common. Thus, those who dared to come were either extremely confident in themselves, or in groups, or were pulled in by others. In this kind of environment, flying alone at the front was still a test of a cultivator's ability. Even if it was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Chapter 289. Looking at the Wolf Ridge from the map and actually flying in the Wolf Ridge were two completely different concepts. If he was a Yuaniing immortal, he could fly to a place where the air was thin and scan the area with his divine sense. Naturally, he would be able to compare it with the map and have a clear idea of what was going on, but the problem was that he couldn't fly that high, so his divine sense was often blocked by the mountains. Moreover, the divine sense of a foundation building cultivator was also limited. It was limited to a few dozen miles in the mountains, which was completely meaningless. He couldn't look down, at most it could serve as a collision avoidance function. This was a very difficult test for the person leading the way. In the first few days, it was common to fly in the wrong direction. They either retreated, took a long detour, or climbed the mountain. It made everyone miserable. Is this guy doing it on purpose? He hates us for letting him be a scout, but he ended up going the wrong way. Let's climb the mountain together. Yang Bo jumped in the white snow and said discontentedly. This was already the second time in 3 days that they had to climb the mountain by foot. Yang Bo also felt the same, but Guang Bei was still confident. We have to give him time to adapt. Not everyone is born with the ability to fly according to the map. I feel that he flew very well today. This mountain was just an accident. To be honest, Lu Xiaoyi was holding back his breath. He had never flown in such a huge mountain just by relying on the map. But he immediately realized that in his long life as a foundation building cultivator, this kind of flying would not be the only time. The Wolf Ridge was not the only mountain in the 5 rings. This was a very practical skill that he had to master. Normally, it would take a long time to accurately find the corresponding points in the distance, height, and appearance with the map. Moreover, this couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be occasional mistakes in the future. After flying for a while, he would need to find a high point to calibrate his position. This might not be a big deal for hurrying, but if it was a chase, he might lose his life because of it. Therefore, he didn't want to use the conventional method. He had his own idea, which was to compare the map with the constellation in his mind. He regarded the Wolf Ridge as a constellation map. In the beginning, there would be many mistakes, but once he mastered it, there would be no mistakes. As long as the map was correct, the path he took would definitely be correct. From the 5th day onwards, Lu Xiaoyi didn't make any mistakes in leading the way. Guang Bei was very satisfied, but Yang Bo was disdainful. He's just lucky today. His true colors will be revealed tomorrow. The next day, it was still accurate, and it kept going, In the Wolf Ridge mountain range, there were countless paths from one point to another. It all depended on one's flying conditions. Even if one stabilized at a high altitude, there were still many paths to choose from. It was not absolute. However, the path that Lu Xiaoyi took was the closest one. Sometimes, they would even pass through the crevices of the mountain walls. They had already displayed the intricacies of the map to the extreme. Even Guangbei knew that he couldn't do this. He was someone who had been at the peak of Foundation establishment for over 100 years, someone who already had one foot in the Jindan realm. Yang Bo also shut his mouth. Yang Mu was even more pensive. 10,000 feet was already the limit of Foundation establishment. The slightest mistake would cause one to fall, but there was no need to worry about falling to one's death. On the plains, if a 10,000 feet high cultivator lost control of his body and fell, he would definitely die. However, here, although theoretically one could fly at a high altitude, the distance between one and the ground could be only 10 feet. They didn't fly from dawn to dusk. Every day at dawn and dusk, they had to practice martial arts to replenish their magic power. Moreover, there were extra hours to practice swordsmanship. This was essential. For a swordsman, it was like a mortal eating, drinking, and resting. With a good guide, the speed of their progress was greatly increased. They originally thought that it would take more than a month, but in the end, it only took 20 days. The Great Bay Peak appeared in front of them. At this time, the four people began to converge. Yang Bo's face was full of suspicion. He asked, "How did you do it?" Lu Xiaoyi imitated him and slightly raised his head. He waved the map in his hand. "With this map in hand, the world is mine." What happened next had nothing to do with him. With Guangbei's warmth and amiability, and Yang Mu's meticulousness and thoughtfulness, Lu Xiaoyi could handle any situation in the negotiation. Except for necessary occasions, Yang Bo and Lu Xiaoyi wandered aimlessly in other people's clans. Of course, in such an extremely poor place, they couldn't find anything good. Beauties were also nowhere to be seen. Both of them didn't like mountain women with rosy cheeks. That might be a sign of health, but they both liked fairer ones. "Center you isn't like this," Lu Xiaoyi muttered. Yang Bo, however, was concerned about another matter. "Cigarette butt. Where did you get the ability to find your way? Can you let me, your senior brother, learn from you? Don't worry, you won't teach me for nothing. I'll give you a few great internal sword techniques." Between cultivators, this kind of request was very rude, even if they were close relative. However, Yang Bo was obsessed with martial arts. He was obsessed with everything that could improve his fighting strength. Lu Xiaoyi's ability was the most practical thing. For a swordsman who advocated fighting with swords, especially an internal swordsman, it could improve his fighting strength by more than a few %. The reason why he asked was that, first, they were brothers from the same sect. Second, they got along well recently. The two of them had saved each other's lives, so they were different from others. Although they always bickered and didn't like each other, they always quarreled. Lu Xiaoyi sneered, "Senior brother, do you think I'm stupid? How can I use your internal sword techniques with my external sword? What's more, if word of your inner sword's swordsmanship gets out and someone comes after me, wouldn't I be wrongly accused? Can't we be a bit more honest and down to earth?" In fact, the gap between internal and external sword techniques wasn't as big as he said. An internal swordsman could request a teacher to go to Bo Ao Pavilion to take a look and learn a few techniques. It wasn't a problem. An external swordsman could request a teacher to go to Fan Pavilion to take a look. These situations had happened before in Shenyuan. The higher the realm, the more frequent it was. Once you reached the Yuanying realm, you would no longer be restricted by internal and external sword techniques. You could see whatever you wanted as long as it was helpful to you. However, in the foundation building stage, this kind of situation was very rare. Generally speaking, teachers wouldn't agree to this kind of request. "What? You want to go to another sect to learn? Do you understand your own sect's teachings? Come, let me test you first." He immediately revealed his true colors. In theory, private transactions were forbidden. Without a jade slip, it was hard to explain. However, if everyone was tight-lipped, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, they were all Shenyuan swordsmen. The higher-ups often turned a blind eye to this. When Yang Bo heard Lu Xiaoyi's words, he knew that this brat was brazenly asking for benefits. It was a matter of course. He didn't lack spirit stones. There were fewer internal swordsmen, so relatively speaking, they were treated better than external swordsmen. However, he knew this brat was very crafty. He needed to ask clearly. Otherwise, once the spirit stones were in his pocket, he was afraid he wouldn't spit them out. Chapter 290. Sure. What do you think of 100 top-level spirit stones? Yang Bo probed. Lu Xiaoyi snorted. Senior brother, can you be a little more courageous? 100 top-level spirit stones aren't even enough for me to carve a flying sword. Do you think I'm a beggar? Is such an awesome topographical technique worth so little? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Yang Bo wasn't embarrassed. People like him didn't know what embarrassment was, so he increased the price. The two of them argued for a long time before settling on the price. 500 top-level spirit stones was a lot. Anyway, it was free. But Yang Bo was very careful. This kid was too cunning. He had to ask for details. Otherwise, if this was a technique that only he could learn and no one else could learn, or if it required some precious external object to perform, wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? Cigarette butt, tell me the truth. Is this technique unique to you? Did you bring it from the original world? Or was it already in the sect? Do you need to use an object? Are there any special conditions? Lu Xiaoyi understood what he meant. Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. The martial arts in Bo-Ao Loft are the most authentic martial art. I guarantee there will be no sequelae and no special conditions. But if you're stupid and can't learn it, don't blame me. Yang Bo thought for a while and felt that there was a technique in the Bo Tower that he couldn't learn. Impossible. He had an excellent aptitude and was also an expert among his peers in the inner sword. He had this much confidence. So he counted 500 top-level spirit stones. This was not a small amount for him, but compared to such a practical technique, it was really nothing. For the real inner sword, no amount of resources could compare to a useful technique. Lu Xiaoyi put away the spirit stones with a smile on his face, then patted his storage ring with satisfaction before saying in a mysterious voice, I'm sorry. He then said mysteriously, the secret of this technique is to practice the Big Dipper star scripture. After you've mastered it, you can combine astrology and map and use the stars to locate the location. It's really foolproof. It's like having a Big Dipper navigation system. Yang Bo felt that he had been tricked. This Dharma access was indeed different. If Lu Xiaoyi didn't mention it, he would never have thought of it. However, he had his own main cultivation method. If he practiced the Big Dipper star scripture, it was hard to say whether he could master it or not. It would take a lot of time, but he couldn't just say that this kid was lying to him. While they were in a dilemma, Guangbei and Yang Cheng found them. Guangbei smiled. Little Yi, why are you smiling so happily? Could it be that you found a spirit stone just now? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. I've really picked up a lot of spirit stones. A total of 500 top-grade spirit stones. He told Guangbei about his deal with Yanbo. Guangbei didn't mind, but senior sister Yang Cheng was a bit envious. Lu Xiaoyi was a smart person. He immediately chose to hug two legs. One was the thickest, and the other was the whitest, but he gave up on the one with the most hair. Actually, I wanted to tell everyone about this Dharma access. When there's a chance in the future, everyone can practice it. There will come a day when it'll be useful. I can't lead the way for everyone forever. It's like this. Lu Xiaoyi's revelation angered Yanbo quite a bit. The three of them had all learned it, but he was the only one who had to fork out spirit stones. Even if Lu Xiaoyi wanted to return it to him, he should at least give him a discount. They were fooling around, but Guangbei was the real eldest senior brother. Stop fooling around. Since Little Yi has told everyone, no matter whether they practice it or not in the future, they have to show some appreciation. How about this? I'm the eldest senior brother. I'm very likely to try this Dharma access. I'll pay 300 out of 500 spirit stones. Beside him, Yanbo smiled sweetly. I'm not as rich as you guys. I'll pay 100 spirit stones. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew that although he had told them about the Dharma access, it was hard to say whether or not they could learn it, and how much they could learn. Practicing the Star Series cultivation method required a lot of talent. Talent was the affinity with the stars. They might be able to learn it, but they would never be able to reach his level. This was the cruel world of cultivation. Instead of looking for a more powerful cultivation method, it was better to find the one that was most suitable for you. A cultivation method that was suitable for you would play a role far beyond your imagination in the process of cultivation. This was why very few people cared about the direction of your cultivation, even if they were as close as master and disciple. Because only you would know what was most suitable for you. Although Yanbo's loss was greatly reduced, he was still indignant because he felt that he had been treated unfairly. Lu Xiaoyi ignored him. He could see that Guang Bei and Yanbo were forcing a smile. Senior brother, the negotiation didn't go well. Guang Bei smiled bitterly. The Great Bei doesn't plan to enter the outside world. They don't even want to send out their Taoist apprentices, even if we train them for free. Yanbo also said, they're still doing well. There are some resources in this place, so the number of cultivators is limited. Moreover, this place is too far from the western and southeastern regions. They were silent. This was unavoidable. Among the obstacles that prevented the Gaoshan tribe from communicating with the outside world, the first one was not the ancient grievances that had existed for tens of thousands of years, nor was it the predicament of the Gaoshan people's cultivation. It was the simplest and most realistic problem of distance. The Wolf Ridge was tens of thousands of miles long. It was a natural gap between the two worlds. With this layer of obstruction, things from the outside world could not enter, which was beneficial for the upper class of the tribe to consolidate their rule. If they were to fully communicate with the outside world, the lower class of the Gaoshan people would benefit, but the upper class would definitely lose their prestige. How many people were really thinking for others and not for themselves? Lu Xiaoyi actually had a lot of opinions to say, but he could not say them now. Although his senior brothers and sisters were very friendly, that was only during the time when they were relaxed. When it came to making a decision, under their gentleness, they were still the original swordsman, who was smelly and tough. Moreover, in the eyes of others, he was a sly and timid newcomer who tried to shirk his responsibilities. He was not a real Shenyuan swordsman, so what he said might have the opposite effect. Others would think, how can we listen to this timid guy? He could only wait for them to discover the problem themselves. He believed that with their wisdom, they would not have thought of this. The key was whether they were willing to say it or not. For the weak, it was difficult to be brave. Similarly, for the brave, it was difficult to weigh the pros and cons and take a step back. The first one to stand out surprised him. It was actually the unconventional white-robed Yanbo. I don't think we need to set our goal so high. We have to pull at least half of the Gaoshan tribes to our side. That's not realistic. We have to consider that there are some diehards who insist on the so-called tradition and are unwilling to change. I think there are many such tribes. So in fact, as long as we can pull 30 or 40% of the tribes to our side, it will be a victory. The other side might not be able to compete with us. Chapter 291. Once there was a beginning, there would be a continuation. Those who could reach this step were all mature people. Very few of them were reckless. Yang Cheng also said thoughtfully, we have to make a choice. We have to focus and give up. For example, there's not much point for us to go to the mountain tribe near the southeast side of Wolf Ridge. They're not idiots. They know what choice they should make to benefit their tribe. The other side only needs to travel a few thousand li to reach them, but we need to travel tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of li to get there. In this case, our so-called protection is not sincere, and there's no practical possibility. We should focus on the mountain tribe on the west side of Wolf Ridge. That's the main direction. Then, we should try our best to fight for those tribes in the center. If we can do that, we won't lose in the big picture. Instead of casting a net all over the sky, it's better to focus on nurturing them. This way, we can have more time to communicate with the mountain tribe and let them feel our sincerity. We can't just touch the surface and leave, wasting precious time on the journey to Wolf Ridge. Guang Bei was indifferent. He looked at Lu Xiaoyi with a smile. Both of them have expressed their opinions. Little Yi, you're also a member of the team. You have the right and responsibility to express your opinion. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. With such a gem in front of us, what opinion can I have? What they said is reasonable. I don't dare to say it because I'm afraid that once I say it, you'll laugh at me for being a coward who doesn't dare to take risks. Especially senior brother Yang Bo. Everyone laughed, and Yang Bo glared at him. Am I such an unreasonable person? Lu Xiaoyi continued, I think that being a coward is also a kind of temperament. It may not be useless in certain situations, because it can mean self-awareness, weighing the pros and cons, and knowing when to advance or retreat. There's no perfect person in this world. No matter how brave or fearless you are, if you can take a step back when facing a situation, then you're very close to perfection. You can actually say that being a coward is a unique temperament. Cigarette butt, you're hopeless. Yang Bo mocked habitually. In the end, Guang Bei was the one who had to make the decision. This was not only because of the sex appointment, but also because of the difference in experience. More importantly, there was a huge difference in strength. He closed his eyes and pondered. After a long time, Guang Bei opened his eyes and took out a map. When I accepted the mission, I was already thinking that it might not be perfect. However, without real experience, there are still many things that I cannot see clearly. Now, I think it is time to make a decision. In the section we are in charge of, there are 43 mountain tribes. 12 of them are close to the western region, 15 are close to the southeastern region, and 16 are in the middle of the Wolf Ridge. The situation is not in our favor. Xuanyuan's actions cannot be hidden from those large sects. It is inevitable that they will also take action. This is not about how many Daoist disciples the Gaoshan tribe can provide for the sect. This is about power, and no one will give it up. We don't care about the other sections, but in this section, I don't want to lose to them. The key to our victory is that if we give up on the 15 Alpine tribes on the other side, we have to win more supporters from the 16 tribes in the middle. This is the key to victory or defeat. Of course, we cannot lose the 13 tribes close to us. In terms of numbers, we have a natural disadvantage of 3 tribes, but I think it is not impossible to catch up. Next, what we need to discuss is how to make a move on the 16 tribe. Lu Xiaoyi didn't care much about whether Shenyuan had the upper hand or not. In his opinion, this was a meaningless fight. He had only been in Shenyuan for a short time. Because of his status as a slave, he couldn't expect every cultivator who had the same experience as him to immediately submit to him. Humans were the most complicated creatures in the world. It required a process, some experience, and imperceptible influence. Humans were not dogs. If you gave them a bone, they would shake their apron at you wholeheartedly. However, he was still very happy. At least his companions were smart enough to know when to give up and when to give up. They did not give up for the so-called illusory things. If that was the case, he would find a chance to retreat. Time was very important. To many Alpine tribes who had not made up their minds, there was no essential difference between the sword vein of the western regions and the Dharma vein of the southeastern regions. At this time, from a human's point of view, preconceived notions were very important. Therefore, in terms of concrete implementation, it was very important to make contact with the 16 tribes in the center of Wolf Ridge at the first moment. They made an important decision. They temporarily gave up on making contact with the 13 tribes close to the western regions and focused on the center of the area. The reason was very simple. A tribe like the Red Tops would definitely consider the distance when accepting outside forces. Such a foolish tribe would not have lasted until now. 16 Alpine tribes. No, there were only 15 left. The Great Bay tribe had already rejected them. Lu Xiaoyi carefully studied the geographical location and distribution of these 15 tribes. He would lead everyone in the future. This was his responsibility. Little Yi, you lead the way. You can choose to take off the sword case or continue to carry it. Guang Bei was not joking. He was serious. Lu Xiaoyi naturally understood what he meant. Since there was a possibility of bumping into the Dharma vein cultivators on the other side of Wolf Ridge, it was important to disguise himself. If he did not carry the sword case and advanced using stellar escape, the other party would very likely think that he was a Dharma vein cultivator. This was a guarantee of safety. If he had just arrived in Shenyuan, he would have definitely chosen to take off the sword case. However, things were different now. He had already spent more than 10 years in Shenyuan. The spirit of a swordsman had already begun to quietly change his way of thinking. This was also a process. Although he could not be considered a true swordsman, he was already on the path to becoming a true swordsman. No one could achieve it overnight. No one was born a swordsman. This was a process, a qualitative change in time. Tightening his grip on the sword case, Lu Xiaoyi laughed dryly. I'd better carry it. I won't feel at ease without this thing. Behind him, Yang Bo chuckled. Don't worry, I, the White Blade Master, am right behind you. In 10 breaths, definitely not more than 20 breaths, a powerful inner sword will descend from the sky in front of you and save you from disaster, just like 10 years ago in Haluor City. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered. Back then in Haluor City, you didn't stay in Fengyu brothel to enjoy yourself, did you? You must have, otherwise you wouldn't be so familiar with the old-fashioned rules of the righteous law sec. Or perhaps, you were also captured. Lu Xiaoyi retorted sarcastically, why do you say also? Senior brother, it seems like you have such an experience. Next to him, Yang Pang took a puff. None of them were good. Chapter 292. In the mountains of Wolf Ridge, 4 figures, 1 in the front and 3 at the back, flew quickly through the complicated terrain, as if they were natives of this place, freely traversing through the familiar terrain. The remaining 15 mountain tribes lined up in a row in the middle of Wolf Ridge, so they didn't have to worry about taking a long detour. However, there was also a problem. The mountains in the center were very high, far exceeding the average height of 10,000 feet above sea level. Even if they deliberately went through valleys, there were still obstacles that couldn't be avoided. Climbing mountains became the norm, but fortunately, they had Lu Xiaoyi's star positioning, so even if they had to climb, they would find the most correct route. Another result of occasionally traversing the mountains was that they couldn't avoid encountering the monsters of Wolf Ridge. Monsters had a strong sense of territory, but Lu Xiaoyi's map didn't take this into consideration. There were always some misconceptions about monsters among mortals. They thought that if the mountains were high and the forests were dense, there would definitely be monsters that ate humans, had infinite strength, and were bloodthirsty and ferocious. This wasn't right. In the 5th ring, the most dangerous dire beasts were humans. There was no other species other than them. Under the plowing of the huge group of human cultivators for tens of thousands of years, what truly ferocious monsters could exist? They would have been skinned, refined into pills, or turned into mounts. In fact, before the people of the 5th ring dominated this world, the original owners, the Sirius people, were even more ferocious towards monsters. After the people of the 5th ring came, the monsters of Wolf Ridge had a better life, but their overall level was not high. They didn't dare to go out and cause trouble in the mortal world, because they would be hunted to death. It wasn't enough for them to die, but they also had to implicate their own tribes. Humans didn't know the specific differences between monsters. If a wolf monster went out and caused trouble, humans would say that the wolf monster ate humans. Then, all the wolf monsters or monsters that looked like wolf monsters would be unlucky. They could only live their lives in the Wolf Ridge and guard their own territory. This was their last pure land. The big monsters in the cultivation world came from the sea and the universe. That was where they truly belonged. Therefore, for a small team like theirs, it was just a matter of passing through quickly. They didn't get entangled, nor did they kill. The purpose of the demonic beasts acting so ferociously was only to drive them away from their territory. It wasn't a real battle to the death. Such stupid beasts couldn't become demonic beast. Relatively speaking, the demonic beast did not affect Lu Xiaoyi much. When the demonic beast bared its fangs, Lu Xiaoyi had already gone over. The trouble was dealt with by the three people behind him. However, in his perception, the three people behind him had never distanced themselves from him because of the demonic beast. They were very strong, especially the good-natured Guangbei. After the change in plan, their first target was the Moon Death clan. Their gathering place was around a crescent-shaped lake. This was a large clan with more than 100,000 people. With the crescent-shaped lake as the center, they were active in the surrounding areas. They received a cautious and courteous reception from the Crescent Moon clan. It was still Guangbei and Yang Cheng who took the field. This required a certain level of negotiation skills. Lu Xiaoyi was too young, so they couldn't let him take the field. Yang Bo's mouth was too foul, so he could turn a good thing into a bad thing. This was a difficult negotiation. It was not because of the conditions, but because the Moon Death clan had never been able to make this decision. They were doing well in the Crescent Moon Lake, and this could be seen from the thriving population of their clan. They always felt that they could not rush to make a decision. They wanted to see what changes would happen to the other clans after they made their choice. This was a safe response. Unfortunately, the swordsmen could not afford to wait. On a night 10 days later, the four of them were discussing countermeasures in a luxurious wooden house prepared by the Crescent Moon clan. The Crescent Moon clan's delaying tactic had made them helpless. This kind of big matter related to the future of their clan was not something that could be solved with just a few words and Xuanyuan's name. In this kind of situation, it was very difficult to come up with any effective countermeasures. The other party did not reject them and even left them some leeway. This was a headache. To be honest, it was very difficult for the swordsmen to do this kind of thing. This was because the battle strength that they were so proud of was completely useless in this kind of situation. The swordsmen relied on their swords to make a living, not on their mouths. Even if Guangbei's smile was about to turn stiff, it was useless. The situation was not good. The success of the Red Summit was not due to them. That was because they had taken the initiative. Out of the two clans that they had approached, the first one, the Great Bay clan, had rejected them outright. Now, this Crescent Moon clan was a hindrance. There were a total of 16 Alpine clans in the central area. Now, 2 of them had already failed. They still had to make sure that they could beat the other 3 clans in the central area. Only then could they barely be on par with the other clans. Reality was always worse than dreams. If they could not even make a move, it would be a blow to their confidence. Seeing that everyone was silent, Guangbei scratched his head. He could accept failure, but he could not accept such a cowardly failure. Since no one said anything, he directly called them out. Little Yi, you say something too. You are one of us. Don't think that you have nothing to do with us other than leading the way. Lu Xiaoyi was called out. Opposite him, Yang Bo had a gloating expression, which made him depressed. He decided to take a little revenge. Senior brother, look at me. I've only been in the sect for a dozen years. I don't understand anything. Not to mention the Wolf Ridge Alpine clan, I don't even understand the dome. What kind of good ideas could he possibly come up with if he's ignorant and inexperienced? Yang Bo glared at him. Speak properly. Don't use bureaucratic jargon. If you have any opinions, just say them. Who will blame you if they are right or wrong? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Then I'll say them. You can't get angry. Especially senior brother Yang Bo. You can't get angry. Yang Bo felt something was wrong. He was about to threaten them, but Guangbei beat him to it. All right, say it. Yang Bo definitely won't get angry. I guarantee it for him. Yang Bo cursed inwardly. Who knew what this evil guy was up to? Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, we can't see through the Moon War clan's various misgivings. Not to mention 10 days, even if we stay for a year, we still won't be able to understand the intricate relationships between them. It's like a small dome. The few of them laughed. Lu Xiaoyi was right. Although a sparrow was small, it had all the essentials. A clan with hundreds of thousands of people was actually no less complicated than the outside world. This was a characteristic of human society. It was the same everywhere. But in my opinion, the Moon War clan's clan leader is very powerful. He has a dominant position in their cultivation community. So I think our goal should be placed on this powerful clan leader. The clan leader has many descendants, but the most outstanding and the only one who has stepped into the cultivation world is his 17 daughters. They are foundation establishment cultivators. They are treasures and are doted on. As parents, the most important thing is to find a good home for their children. This is the case in the mortal world, and it is the same in the cultivation world. However, one is called husband and wife, and the other is called Dao companion. The people of High Mountain Clan have lived in the mountains for tens of thousands of years. Many of their customs have been preserved. Although this is no longer popular in the current world, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since the Moon War clan has such a tradition, why must we pretend we don't see it? The night before yesterday, this woman proposed a toast to us. As far as I know, she proposed a toast to us 3 times. But there's a small detail. Out of the 3 rounds of toast, we all drank 3 times. Only senior brother Yanbo drank 4 times. Chapter 293. Yang Bo stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to rush out, as if someone had stepped on his tail. He knew too well what this bad boy meant. How could he have made friends with such a thing? He should have left Zihaluo City to fend for himself. In Lu Xiaoyi's eyes, Guang Bei showed his majesty for the first time. As an external sword, Yang Qiong and Lu Xiaoyi didn't have a specific feeling, but as an internal sword, Yang Bo must have had a direct experience of his senior brother's power, so he could only give up. He was just expressing his anger. If he really wanted to fight, he should have used his sword, not rolled up his sleeves. Guang Bei looked at Lu Xiaoyi thoughtfully. Little Yi, do you mean that the woman took a fancy to junior brother Yang Bo and wanted to become his Taoist companion? By the way, the Shenyuan and Yu and Shong families could be considered to have a marriage alliance. With a tie, the next step would be logical. Lu Xiaoyi shook his hand. I didn't say that. Senior brother, you thought of it yourself. Yang Qiong wanted to laugh. This boy is too bad. But what he said made sense. Thinking back carefully, it did seem to be the case at the banquet, so Yang Bo wasn't wronged. As a friend, her only reaction was of course to hit him when he was down. Senior brother, it seems so. At that time, there were many people and it was chaotic. Little Yi was careful. But at that time, he might have been purely jealous. This is a direction worth a try. In the future, if there are other native women who take a fancy to Yang Bo or cigarette butt, I think we can do the same. Anyway, they have nothing to do, so they have to contribute to the mission, right? This woman was too vicious. How could he be involved in this? Lu Xiaoyi regretted coming up with such a bad idea. Although he got his friend into trouble, he also got himself into trouble. Guang Bei nodded repeatedly, looking at Yang Bo with a kind but unquestionable gaze. Junior brother, you'll contribute, right? Yang Bo couldn't bear it anymore. He had hurt him once, and now he wanted to hurt him a second time. Yes. For the greater good of the sect, I, Yang Bo, am nothing. However, if a certain high mountain tribe wanted to form a marriage alliance in the future, and there were no female cultivators but only male cultivators, wouldn't junior sister Yang Cheng also have to contribute? We're all working hard for the sect, so it's not good to favor one over the other, right? Smokey glared back. I'm a woman. How can I compare to you? Yang Bo didn't back down. Why can't we compete? Didn't junior sister Yang Cheng always say, who says that women are inferior to men? Why? Are you shrinking back when it's time to use your true strength? Beside him, Guang Bei coughed lightly and made the final decision. This time, it's Yanbo's turn. You can't blame anyone. Who asked her to take a fancy to you? However, if there is a next time, other than junior sister Yang Cheng, no one else is allowed to refuse, including me. It's settled then. Yang Cheng, go and contact them. Organize a small return banquet. Invite the clan leader and his daughter. We have to create an opportunity for junior brother Yanbo. Yang Bo's face was full of worry. Lu Xiaoyi was also dejected. He thought it was a joke, but in the end, both sides suffered losses. Looking at Yang Bo's worried face, Lu Xiaoyi, as a bad friend, couldn't help but comfort him. "Senior brother, at least you have something to brag about. Among the three of us, you're the most charming." 5 days later, under the witness of a group of Yusheng clansmen, Guang Bei represented Shenyuan and signed an agreement to enter the world. From then on, the Yusheng clan could freely send Daoist children to the western regions to study, as well as countless rights and obligations between them. This was set based on the model contract with the Red Top clan, so there was no need to make any additional changes. This kind of contract was really binding. For cultivators, there were some rules that had to be followed, or they would give the other party an excuse to take action. But in Lu Xiaoyi's view, the symbolic meaning was greater than the practical meaning. However, this was the way of the fifth ring cultivation world, and he couldn't change it. 2 more days later, the 4 of them set off on their journey again. Among the crowd sending them off, there was also a sturdy woman who was reluctant to part. After finally achieving their first success, everyone was in a very good mood. Well, except for the biggest contributor, Daoist Yangbo Taoist companions in the world of cultivation didn't need to be inseparable from each other day and night like in the mortal world, especially when they were entangled because of a certain incident. Of course, they had the right to visit each other. If the woman went to Shenyuan for any reason one day, Yangbo couldn't refuse. However, how could there be a pestering cultivator among cultivators? In the fifth ring, Daoist partners weren't the only ones. Yangbo could have other partners, and the woman could also find other people to relieve her loneliness. Therefore, it wasn't a very serious matter. They had to be faithful to one person. For a woman, saying that her Daoist partner was a Shenyuan swordsman was very popular in the fifth ring. Most people would think twice when they heard this, and think that they might be messing with a Shenyuan relative. Things were often like this. A bad start could lead to a chain reaction, and a good start could lead to a smooth winning streak. After their first success, luck returned to the team. In the next 2 years, they visited 11 alpine tribes and achieved good results 6 times. This didn't mean that the remaining 5 tribes would definitely side with the Dharma lineage. They were more likely to remain neutral. They were now heading to one of the last 3 tribes, the Shankuei tribe. Everyone was very relaxed, except for Guang Bei, who was still cautious. Junior brothers and sisters, results are in the past, they don't represent the future. The reason why everything went so smoothly before was because we didn't have any competitors. The Dharma lineage opposite Wolf Ridge received the news later than us, so they didn't move as quickly as us. That's why we ended up like this. However, 2 years have already passed. Even the slowest sect would have reacted by now, not to mention that our opponent is a top sect on par with Shenyuan. In the future, the possibility of encountering Dharma lineage cultivators is very high. Everyone must be careful. Little Yi, you're the vanguard. Be smart. Yangbo laughed. Senior martial brother, you've been talking about this since a year ago. You've been talking about it until now, but you still haven't seen him. You're asking me where I'm looking at. Who knows, maybe he just doesn't care about the benefits of Wolf Ridge. Their southeastern region is vast and densely populated. How could they lack this? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Yangbo was very relaxed, but Lu Xiaoyi didn't dare to relax. He could very well be the first one to be ambushed. Although he didn't think that he would definitely be ambushed, this wasn't a reason for him to be careless. During the 2 years of travel, his cultivation and swordsmanship had also improved. However, to be honest, it wasn't as fast as cultivating in seclusion. There were many components to cultivation. Cultivating in seclusion was one, and traveling like this was another. You couldn't say that one was more efficient than the other, because they didn't go in the same direction. Cultivation and swordsmanship were very important to a cultivator, but experience and insight were also very important. This was why swordsmen couldn't always cultivate in seclusion. Chapter 294. Guang Bei was right, but also wrong. What was wrong was that there were no Dharma Meridian cultivators ambushing them along the way. What was right was that they were too late when they arrived at the mountain lake where the Mountain Kuei tribe gathered. Most of the mountain tribes gathered around the lake because water was the most basic requirement for human survival. This was not a plain, so there was no way to dig a well. When they arrived, there was a large group of cultivators surrounding the mountain lake, watching one of the Taoists cast a spell to summon rain. Rain was the most basic skill of a cultivator in the eyes of mortals. Summoning the wind and rain, summoning thunder and lightning seemed to be the label of a cultivator, but in reality, a large natural phenomenon like this was not something an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could perform. Perhaps it would be easy for a Yuaniing cultivator, but for a foundation establishment cultivator, their magic power was limited and they did not have the Tao realm. They were complete amateurs to the profound Daoist principles of the 5 elements and yin and yang. How could they gather clouds and rain? The current situation was caused by the use of a large-scale forbidden talisman due to the dense clouds in the sky. Even so, it was not something that a tribal cultivator could do, because this kind of talisman was very precious, but it was useless in battle. Therefore, only the spiritual cultivators of a few top sects would have this kind of thing that required a lot of effort to perform. It was obvious that it was the Dharma Meridian cultivator on the other side of Wolf Ridge. Unfortunately, the swordsmen did not have any good countermeasures. It would be best if they could stop the clouds and rain with a wave of their sleeves, but which swordsman would practice such a flashy method? They could only send out flying swords with a wave of their sleeves. In this aspect, they were indeed inferior to the Dharma Meridian cultivators. Since it could not be broken, it would not be good for them to stay in the rain, right? Therefore, they could only hover in the air beside the clouds and act like the god of thunder and goddess of lightning. They had discovered the Dharma cultivators below, and the Dharma cultivators had also discovered the swordsman in the sky. However, they pretended not to notice and continued to fiddle with the clouds. They knew that the swordsman could not do this. This was one of the swordsman's weaknesses. Since they had grasped it, of course they had to put on a show. An hour later, the clouds stopped and the rain dispersed. Only then did one of the spell cultivators below laugh loudly and say, "I, Wushang, brought the rain of spring to the mountain Pisho people. I wonder what Shenyuan brought them." Guangbei smiled as usual. "You should be asking me if Shenyuan will bring them anything, not what he will bring." The spell cultivator said in surprise, "Oh? Fellow Daoist, this is the first time I've heard something like that. So, will Shenyuan bring anything to the mountain Kuei race?" Guangbei led everyone to descend slowly and said casually, "We will not bring about war. It would not bring about slaughter. Was it not enough? Fellow Daoist, this rain is indeed delightful. However, it will rain tomorrow if it rains today. What changes will there be in the amount of rain?" He was deceiving himself and others. How dare he say that he was helping the people by asking for the merit of the heavenly Tao? If you have the ability to move the rain clouds from outside the Wolf's Ridge, then it can be considered as benefiting the world, right? The Daoist sneered, "That's not true. If this cloud was here today, would it still be here tomorrow? On the perilous peak, the wind and clouds change constantly. Do you know which clouds are raining and which ones are not? With my supreme ability to urge the rain, as long as a cloud passes by, it will not be able to leave. Within 100 miles, there will be no more worries of drought. How can it not be considered as benefiting the world?" The two of them bickered with words until the 4 people from Xuanyuan's side landed on the ground and faced the Dharma cultivator on the opposite side. Both sides were at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. "I, Wushang, came here first. Fellow Daoist Shenyuan, please leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the wrath of Wushang." The Dharma cultivator in the lead threatened. "Wushang can come, but Shenyuan can't. As long as there is no draft agreement, the mountain Kuei race has the right to choose. Even if there is a draft agreement, can't a swordsman land here? Above the 5th ring, search for me and see if there is a place that Shenyuan swordsman doesn't dare to go." This was also the first time Lu Xiaoyi had seen Guangbei's way of doing things. He was a completely different person when it came to his own people and when it came to the outside world. "I am Wushang Daoist. What do you want?" "I am Shenyuan, Guangbei. Fair competition, use your methods." A haggard old man stepped in between them and shook his hand repeatedly. This was the leader of the mountain Kuei race, and he was currently in an awkward situation where it was inappropriate for his daughter to remarry. Fellow Taoists, can you allow this old man to say something? If you have a grudge against each other, whether you live or die outside, the mountain Kuei race can't control you. However, since you are on the territory of the mountain Kuei race, you have to give us face. You can't just kill randomly. If that's the case, the mountain Kuei race might as well remain neutral. Seeing that there was no further action from either side, the old man sighed. There has to be a rule, right? Be it literature or martial arts, even if you want to fight, there has to be a rule first, right? The mountain Kuei Lake is narrow and can't withstand your torment. Why don't we all sit down and set a rule, then we can talk about other things? Thus, everyone sat down and tried to find a solution. Actually, there was no good way. A battle between scholars was a battle of poetry and literature. A battle between martial artists was a battle of swords. A battle between drunkards was a battle of drinking and drinking. A battle between beauties was a battle of beauty. Since they were all cultivators, there was no need to go into detail about how to determine who was better. The Supreme Tao sect was one of the few large sects on the Fifth Ring continent that could be compared to Shenyuan. In terms of background and numbers, they even surpassed Shenyuan by quite a bit. They were also one of the few forces on the Fifth Ring continent that dared to go head-to-head with Shenyuan. Lu Xiaoyi had come into contact with a few Supreme Tao cultivators and had made some gains. However, this didn't mean that he could look down on the Supreme Tao cultivators. The ones in Minute Province were all insignificant and nameless. If he really met someone who was slightly better, he might not be able to do anything to them. Just like the one in Marojiao town, he had won by a hair's breadth. The key problem was that his cultivation was somewhat lacking. He had only been in the sect for a short period of time. A cultivator at his level should stay in the sect and train hard, not come out to fight. Looking at the cultivators across from him, he saw that they were all brimming with energy and had the demeanor of a great clan. They were all late Foundation establishment cultivators. If he were to launch a sneak attack in front of them, he might be of some use. But if he were to face them head-on, his chances were slim. Not to mention him, even senior sister Yang Cheng would have a hard time. Thus, on the surface, Shenyuan was actually at a disadvantage. This was also the reason why the Supreme Tao cultivators were willing to sit down and talk. Xuanyuan's advantage was very high and they weren't afraid of a group fight. Thus, if they were to fight in a melee, the leader of the swordsmen would be able to make them suffer. It was better to set a rule and rely on the strength of the whole. Chapter 295. Thus, another battle of words ensued. Both sides were very disciplined. Only Guangbei of Shenyuan spoke, and only Dogger of Wushang spoke. The others were silent. They didn't look like cultivators, but more like soldiers. Seeing this, old clan leader Shan Kuei's heart shivered. After a few rounds of anxiety, they finally came to an agreement. Both sides would win 6 rounds. The winner would continue to negotiate, and the loser would leave. Peerless had 6 people who could take turns to fight, while Shenyuan only had 4. Therefore, 2 of them had to fight twice. Peerless also had an additional condition, which was that the 2 extra fighters had to be one of the inner and outer swords, and not one of the inner sword. The number of fights was also fixed. They had to fight from age to age. In other words, the order was fixed. Guangbei, Yang Bo, Yang Chang, and Lu Xiaoyi. Then, Guangbei, Yang Chang, and Lu Xiaoyi would fight. Xuanyuan's order was fixed, and so was supreme. This rule seemed to be soldier against soldier, general against general, but it was actually disadvantageous for Shenyuan. The 6 fights could end in a draw. If it ended in a draw, the side with the most casualties would lose. This was the rule of the 3 sides. Once they made a Tao oath, they could not go back on their word. The fight was set to begin tomorrow at 7 o'clock. At night, after enjoying the hospitality of the host, Xuanyuan's group of 4 gathered at the foot of a mountain beside a lake. Guangbei's expression was heavy. This fight is disadvantageous for us swordsmen. I think everyone is clear about this. Yang Bo judged. If it's a direct fight, we have a 90% chance of defeating them. Guang Bei nodded. That's right. Sword cultivators love group fights the most, because only in group fights can we unleash our explosive power to the greatest extent. But we can't do that because we're here to negotiate a contract, not to fight to the death. Once we take the initiative to provoke them, even if we win against Supreme, we'll lose the support of the Mountain Python tribe. They'll think that we're bullying them, and that won't be good for our mission. Yang Chang asked, Senior brother, what do you think our chances of winning are? Guang Bei said solemnly, I have full confidence in winning 2 rounds. Yang Bo also has a 90% chance of winning. As for the rest, you and Little Yi only need to win 1 round, and we can win this bet. If we were facing other large Dharma cultivation sects, like Myriad View Sect, Chimanduanjia, or Garin, I'm sure our chances of winning would be very high. But he was facing a supreme being. In the 5th ring, only Wushang and the 3 pure ones didn't suffer any obvious losses against Shenyuan, so there must be something going on here. Yang Bo thought hard. Where is the change? Guang Bei shook his head. I don't know. There are countless peerless talents, and I only recognize a few of them. I don't know the 6 on the other side, so their background is a mystery to us. And they should be very clear about our background. I've been to a lot of places in the past few years. There's no way they don't recognize me. Little Yi is a new foundation establishment stage cultivator. His cultivation level and age are obvious. There's no way they can't tell. Since they're willing to settle the dispute in this way, it means that they have their own trump card. Yang Bo sneered, as long as we win what we need to win, they won't have any trump card. Senior brother, since you and I have a guarantee for these 3 matches, we must strive to kill them. Yang Bo's words were very unfriendly to the 2 external swordsmen. What he meant was that even if the external swordsmen lost all 3 matches, as long as they didn't die, they could rely on the advantage of killing to win. The swordsman was very good at killing people. There was no doubt about that. The 2 pitiful external swordsmen couldn't refute him. The problem with their combination was that the 2 external swordsmen were too weak. External swordsmen were weaker than internal swordsmen. This was a huge shortcoming. Moreover, their cultivation levels were low. One of them had been in foundation establishment for less than 50 years, while the other had only been in foundation establishment for 15 years. With these 2 shortfalls added together, their chances of winning against those supreme cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment were really not high. Swordsmen had an advantage over Dharma cultivators, but there were many other factors to consider. For example, the other party was a disciple of a large sect, and they were all in the same cultivation level. The Supreme Daod True sect wasn't an ordinary Dharma lineage power. It was a Dharma lineage power that could resist cauldrons. The female one was female, and the young one was young. It made people speechless. However, Guang Bei was very cautious. He warned Smoky Wave, junior brother Smoky Wave, the first variable I want to talk about is you. No matter how much Smoky Wave and Little Yi change, they won't be able to change much. As for you, if you're careless and lose your match, the overall situation will immediately deteriorate. Therefore, don't think about how to kill them or how to be happy. You have to ensure that you win first. Do you understand? Smoky Wave was a little unconvinced. How could he possibly have a variable? Eldest senior brother, you don't have a chance. However, he didn't dare to say this because he was very clear about eldest senior brother's strength. Eldest senior brother was one of the top 10 foundation establishment cultivators in the inner sword group. He was someone who could beat up other Dharma lineage elites. He was a big shot in the top 100 of the 5-ring foundation establishment cultivators ranking list. Smoky Wave and Cigarette but naturally wouldn't change much. They had originally expected to lose, so how bad could it be? Dharma cultivators' spells were very stable, but the rhythm was a little slow. If they couldn't win, they could still run away and admit defeat. Smoky Wave's face was full of hope. Senior brother, there's still one external swordsman who can fight 2 matches. Do you think? Guang Bei looked at her gently, but shook his head firmly. You're not suitable. Smoky Wave felt a little wronged, but she also wanted to know why. Guang Bei said softly, "Junior sister, have you killed anyone since you reached Foundation establishment?" Smoky Wave blushed. "Not yet, mainly because I rarely go out." Guang Bei asked again, "What about before you reached Foundation establishment?" Smoky Wave's face turned even redder. "Master is strict, so." Guang Bei sighed and looked at Lu Xiaoyi. "How many did you kill after you reached Foundation establishment?" Lu Xiaoyi was very honest. 6. 7. But they were the ones who bullied me. Guang Bei laughed. "Millimeter, don't explain. Did you bully yourself into the underworld? I know you killed 5. Looks like you still have a secret stash. What about before you reached Foundation establishment?" Lu Xiaoyi was very embarrassed. "I didn't count. They were also the ones who provoked me first." Guang Bei pointed at him and looked at Smoky Wave. "This is the difference between you two. How can a sword talk if it doesn't drink blood? It has nothing to do with your cultivation level." He took a long breath and looked at Lu Xiaoyi. "The last match, you go. But let me tell you how to fight. The 4th match, which is also your first match, I want you to lose it. The reason is very simple. Your cultivation level is not enough to support you for 2 consecutive matches. My 5th match will be very fast. Either I quickly kill my opponent, or he quickly concedes. You basically won't have time to recover in the 4th and 6th matches. So, you only have one chance to win. You can't win in the 4th match, because Wushang is a very cunning opponent. If they realize that they are going to lose the whole situation, they will use some trick. For example, because of some accident, they will stop the match or something and drag the time out. The best way is to have the last match result, so that they can't push it. As for how you win or lose, think of your own way. Little Yi, do you understand?" Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. This was troublesome. He was very clear that Guang Bei was guarding against Smoky Wave in case he lost. At the very least, he could still win the last match and then rely on the number of deaths to win. It was quite tiring for a match to be so troublesome to this extent. "I understand. 1 loss, 1 win." Chapter 296. It was a silent night. Guang Bei did not say anything, and Lu Xiaoyi acted as if nothing had happened. However, the other two were under a lot of pressure. Yang Bo was reminding him not to fail miserably, while Yang Cheng was encouraging him to show everyone that women were not as good as men. Their cultivation levels were much higher than Lu Xiaoyi's. This was given to them by time and could not be forced. However, their mentality was completely different from the other two. Some people would be very agitated, some would be very nervous, and some would be very worried. In short, there would be a certain degree of emotional fluctuation. However, there would also be a small number of people who would act as if nothing had happened. They wouldn't think too much. They wouldn't cheer themselves up, and they wouldn't worry needlessly. You could say that they were slow-witted, but you could also say that this was a rare temperament. It was hard to say which was better or worse. It was closely related to one's habits. The swordsmen were whispering, and so were the Dharma cultivators. Daka looked at everyone with a serious expression. "How many years has it been since Wushang won in a competition similar to Xuanyuan's? I hope that there will be a miracle this time, and not continue to write the history of failure. Otherwise, we will be overestimating ourselves if we use this method to decide the ownership of the Mountain Kuei tribe. People will say that Wushang did not learn from his mistakes. He knew that there was a difference in individual combat strength, but he still charged forward recklessly." Looking at the silent crowd, Daka analyzed, "We are doing this to gain an advantage in the selection of the Mountain Kuei tribe. We will defeat them in the battle that Shenyuan is best at, and let them see that we have the ability to protect them. Furthermore, we have our advantages, and they have their shortcomings. Their shortcomings are that they have 2 swordsmen outer swordsmen, and they are new to the Foundation establishment. If all 4 of them are inner swordsmen, the competition will be meaningless. After all, we are only one of the dozens of small teams that entered the Wolf Ridge. Not all of us are elites. Their combat strength actually lies in the 2 inner swordsmen, especially their leader, Guang Bei. His nickname is Northern Light, and he is in the top 100 of the 5-ring Foundation establishment list. I have to admit that the swordsman's strength has never been underestimated. There's no one in our party who can go against him. The ranking list was not a tradition of the cultivation world. For cultivators, the true essence of cultivation was to focus on oneself and ignore fame and fortune. What was the use of fighting for first or second place in vain? If he couldn't ascend to the next realm, the so-called glory would be nothing more than a cup of yellow soil. However, there would always be bored people in this world. It was fine if they didn't have the ability but they were bored. If those who had great ability were also bored, then they might come up with some strange things. Tens of thousands of years ago, the most amazing cultivator in the history of the 5th ring brought his friend from the distant azure sky to the 5th ring. However, his friend didn't have the same ability as him. He had to survive in the 5th ring and couldn't always rely on his connections. He had to find a foothold in the 5th ring. His friend's orthodoxy was very sloppy. He started off by playing the zither. This type of orthodoxy was very powerful before the Yuaniing era. However, after the Yuaniing era, his orthodoxy declined and he lacked the strength to continue. Therefore, he needed a new direction. This friend of his was a smart one. He had once heard from that amazing person that there was no ranking list in such a big cultivation world. This was not in line with the human nature of comparison. Even if one pretended to be aloof on the outside and didn't care, if you put him on the ranking list, he would still be happy. He took advantage of this point and started to do sponsored partnerships with the ranking list. Tens of thousands of years had passed. This orthodoxy that started off by playing the zither was long gone. No one knew if it had really gone extinct or if it had merged with other orthodoxies. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that the ranking list, which completely went against the traditions of cultivation, had survived. Furthermore, its scale of development was getting bigger and bigger, and its scope of influence was getting wider and wider. It involved all aspects of cultivation, whether it was fighting, strength, alchemy, weapon manufacturing, talisman drawing. Now, if you didn't have a place on the ranking list, you would be embarrassed to go out and say that you were a celebrity. It was very unexpected that such a thing could develop to this extent. However, since it existed, there must be a reason. The ranking list could satisfy the human vanity, arrogance, comparison, showing off, and countless other negative emotions. Naturally, it had a wide range of living conditions and was getting more and more prosperous. A long life, a boring life, a lonely soul, an empty ideal, and a surging spirit of gossip. In the end, this career was pushed higher and higher. Now, it had become the most important aspect to measure a cultivator's ability. Even the major sects had no choice but to take it seriously. It had become an important aspect to judge. Of course, this kind of thing couldn't be done accurately. There were always those who were really low-key, unknown, underestimated, and highly judged. However, it didn't matter. With the ranking list, the cultivation world was full of vitality. Young cultivators were proud of being on the ranking list, and it was also a big motivation for them to challenge themselves. This was something that the sects were happy to see. However, it didn't affect anything. When one's cultivation level increased and their state of mind reached a certain level, they would naturally become indifferent to it. Xuanyuan's Guangbei was on the ranking list, but the 6 of them weren't. This was the basis for judging their ability. But he's only one person. His use in the arena is limited. Daka was very clear-headed. The order of appearance is determined by age. Then, junior brother Wang and I should fight him. What they don't know is that among us, I'm not good at fighting. Therefore, junior brother Wang and I are destined to lose these 2 matches. The key is that we have to lose happily. We can't leave our lives here. We have to increase their bargaining chips. Daka pointed at the other 2 junior brothers. The 2 of you are the strongest in our group. You always boast that you have the ability to enter the ranking list. Then, the second and third matches will be the time for you to prove yourself. If you win, we will be in an advantageous position in the competition for the Mountain Kuei clan. It will also increase your individual ranking. This is where our chances of victory lie. As for the last external sword cultivator, I don't need to say it, right? If you can't even take down an external sword cultivator who has been in Foundation establishment for more than 10 years after cultivating for more than 100 years, then you won't have the qualifications to compete for supremacy in the 5 rings. It's too embarrassing. Darker was in high spirits. In the 3 external sword matches, we have the confidence to win. Therefore, a draw is the minimum. However, we have to be careful not to get killed in the match. Don't pretend to be tough guys. If you can't do it, then admit defeat and leave it to others. I will discuss with the Mountain Kuei clan leader about the criteria for determining victory and defeat. He will agree. Believe me, he also doesn't want any disciple from a large sect to die in his territory. This was an almost perfect battle situation. Darker didn't think that they would lose. This didn't conform to the rules of cultivation. Chapter 297. Early in the morning, when the Shenyuan swordsmen arrived at a relatively flat plateau 100 li away from the mountain python tribe, they immediately received a notice from the mountain python tribe. The cultivators were to fight in the sky, and landing on the ground meant admitting defeat. They were not to pursue. Guangbei frowned. This kind of rule was very disadvantageous for sword cultivators. If Dharma cultivators were suspended in the air for hundreds of meters, or even tens of meters, they would be able to touch the ground with just a slight stretch of their feet. What was the point of killing techniques of sword cultivators? This is not part of the bet. The leader of the Mountain Kuei tribe apologized. His attitude was very humble and his words were very honest. The deaths and injuries of both sides may seem normal to you and you may not care about it, but to a small clan like ours, it is an unbearable calamity. Things have changed with the passage of time. No matter which side remembers this matter, how should we deal with it? The Grand Elder of our tribe also agrees with this suggestion. Try to avoid casualties and leave some leeway. Please forgive us. First complaining, second asking for reinforcements. This fully demonstrated the shrewdness of the Mountain Earth tribe. In other words, the Mountain Kuei tribe had Jindan cultivators. Don't mess around. Guangbei could not refuse. If it was somewhere else, he would have flipped the table. But now, the environment was not right. He could not let the swordsman have his way. On the plateau, it was crowded. Not only were there cultivators, but there were also many ordinary mortals. They were all reputable members of the Mountain Kuei tribe and were scattered all over the plateau. Guangbei knew that this was the Mountain Kuei tribe's intention. They wanted to make the cultivators on both sides hesitate and stop pursuing after landing. Otherwise, the mortals would be hurt. This was truly a flawless plan. Now that things had progressed to this stage, there seemed to be no better way than to counter each move. At 7 o'clock in the morning, both sides gathered and the battle began. The first battle, Guangbei against Da Jiao. Darker was suspended 1,000 feet above the ground, giving off the impression that he could fly as high as he wanted. In any case, he was just strolling on the ground, leaving Guangbei at a loss of what to do. His strength was actually much greater than his opponent's, but he had not reached the stage where he could defeat his opponent with one strike. That required the right time and place. He needed to completely crush his opponent's cultivation. Seeing that Darker's defense was impenetrable, in order to prevent this person from admitting defeat too quickly, Guangbei's first attack was very gentle. It was completely probing. He was considering how to strike a thunderous blow after being gentle. There was only one chance, so he had to be cautious. However, he still underestimated Darker's shamelessness. It was obviously a light strike, but he felt as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body shook violently, and he directly fell to the ground. Before Guangbei could make a second strike, he had already turned around and landed on the ground gracefully. He cupped his fists and smiled. "Fellow Daoist, it's a flying sword. I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat." The cultivators of Shenyuan all had solemn expressions, but the Dharma cultivators had smiles on their faces. The victors were not happy, and the losers were happy. The sword vein and the Dharma vein had been fighting for tens of thousands of years. They had long since passed the stage where they would suffer for their pride. They knew each other very well. In order to achieve their goals, what was a small setback and humiliation? Since they were definitely going to lose, why not win with ease and let the opponent have no place to vent his frustrations? Once a cultivator saw through this, there was no limit to how low they could go. It was useless even if you tried to provoke them. The second match, Yang Bo against Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng flew very low, even lower than Darker. He looked as if he was ready to land at any time. He was even more unbearable than Darker. This was an illusion. As the cultivator with the strongest combat power among the six, Lan Cheng's greatest wish was to enter the top 100 of the Foundation establishment list. He believed that he had such strength, but he lacked sufficient opportunities to showcase himself. Not only did he want to win, he also wanted to kill his opponent. This was the reason why he purposely hovered at a low altitude. Yang Bo had the same thoughts as him. Swordsmen had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Although he was not among the top swords in Shenyuan due to time constraints, he believed that he would have no problem dealing with a Dharma cultivator. The problem was, how could he kill his opponent cleanly? A Dharma cultivator was too close to the ground. If there was a slight mishap, he could land on the ground in a flash. There was not enough space to completely rely on his flying sword. His idea was to close in. Through close combat, he could trap his opponent at a low altitude and find an opportunity to kill him. This idea was not bad. There was no problem in terms of tactics, but there was a huge problem in terms of strategy. From a strategic point of view, he should disregard everything and fly higher. In any case, Shenyuan had already won one match. Senior brother Guangbei would definitely win another one. In that case, his opponent would have no reason to give up on the second match. As long as he leaped into the air, the peerless cultivator would have no choice but to follow in order to win. In an open space, the swordsman's ability to control his sword would be able to fully display his advantage. Then, he could choose whether he wanted to be close or far. That was the correct way. Seeing Yang Bo's rapid and majestic sword momentum from the beginning, Guangbei frowned. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. These things could not be taught, nor could they be taught. Cultivators, especially swordsmen, had extremely strong self-esteem. You could arrange opponents for them, but you could not formulate tactics for them. This was an insult to a swordsman. The sword beam was coming at him rapidly and fiercely, but Lan Cheng was waiting calmly. He held a universal plate in his hand and shot out beams of light. Together with his fast and stable basic spells, he was able to keep the flying sword at bay. Unlike other cultivators who would easily have 8 to 10 magic tools to protect themselves, Lan Cheng had only cultivated this one magic tool after 100 years of foundation building. What he cultivated was the path of specialization. Moreover, he did not use talismans, but directly cast spells to intercept. Although he had not reached the level of a foundational spell, he was not far from it. With the help of the Qiankuan plate, his defense was impenetrable. The tense confrontation only lasted for a few breaths. Lan Cheng, who was familiar with the rhythm of the flying sword, shouted in a low voice. His magic power surged, and the Qiankuan plate shone brightly like a light wheel, concealing him inside. At the same time, hundreds of scattered light rays shot towards Yang Bo. This was the explosive attack of the Qiankuan plate. It could not be sustained, but the instantaneous attack power was astonishing. Yang Bo sneered. He was waiting for this cultivator to explode. If not, it would be difficult for him to attack. His figure was like lightning, running back and forth in the air above Lan Cheng. The sword light splashing out was even more rapid than before, whether it was the speed or the frequency of the sword light. The two of them attacked and defended each other in an instant. Lan Cheng defended by blocking with brute force, while Yang Bo defended by adding speed to the flying sword. Within a few breaths, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, the explosive attack of the Qiankuan plate was only intermittent. After the explosion, it needed to be recharged. In the process of recharging, the flying sword shone brightly. Under the heavy pressure, Lan Cheng dropped several feet without anyone noticing. Although the movement was insignificant, he was one step closer to the ground in his original position. Was he preparing for the landing? Yang Bo was faced with a choice. Under normal circumstances, he could not simply assume that his opponent was conceding because he was aware that he was no match for him. The battle had just begun, and both of their trump cards were far from being exposed. It would be unwise to make a hasty decision. In a different environment, Yang Bo would continue to exert pressure to test his opponent's limits and endurance, forcing him to reveal his card. But now, the ground was beneath his feet, and he did not have much room to test. The decision was made in an instant. Like the swordsman, Yang Bo made a prompt decision to close in on his opponent. Chapter 298. Just as the Misty Wavestalker sword was about to strike, Lan Cheng's control over the timing was flawless. He flipped the universe plate in his hand, revealing the dark side. The yang side of the cosmos plate could emit scattered light, while the yin side was used to create barriers. The Thousand Threads barrier couldn't completely block the opponent's attacks, but it could greatly reduce the opponent's speed. Yang Bo's shadow sword rushed into the barrier, and his speed immediately decreased. Before he could swing his sword, Lan Cheng flipped the cosmos plate again, and hundreds of scattered light instantly shot out. The scattered light on the yang side indeed needed to store energy, but under the support of Lan Cheng's secret technique, the time needed to store energy could be reduced to the minimum. This required a large amount of magic power, but Lan Cheng had already treated this as a decisive battle. He didn't hold back at all. After losing his speed and distance advantage, Yang Bo displayed the sharpest reaction of a swordsman in a critical situation. A swordsman's speed required a certain amount of distance. Only by increasing the distance could he use his speed to dodge the attacks. However, his current distance was already in an awkward situation. Even his speed couldn't guarantee that he could dodge all the attacks. Furthermore, he was still entangled by the Thousand Threads barrier. His body swayed rapidly from side to side. At this moment, the frequency of the flying sword was also at its peak. Accompanied by the explosion swordsmanship that he was good at, more than 10 sword lights shot out in a breath and exploded separately, narrowly blocking the hundreds of scattered light attacks. However, it was not over yet. Lan Cheng flipped the cosmos plate again. Quicksand barrier. The Foundation Establishment barrier was very basic, and its effect was far from being as intimidating as its name. However, against an opponent of the same level, it was enough to delay him. Yang Bo had just gotten used to the Thousand Threads barrier's resistance, and his body regained a bit of flexibility. However, after changing the barrier, he immediately slowed down. Lan Cheng's expression didn't change. He flipped the cosmos plate again, and less than 100 scattered light rays shot out. Yang Bo was no longer able to perfectly defend like last time. His body was pierced a few times. Fortunately, he could still control his body to avoid the most fatal injuries. However, Lan Cheng's skill wasn't so good. When he flipped the universe plate for the third time, unleashing the world of ice and releasing dozens of scattered lights, Yang Bo was already powerless to defend himself and fell from the sky. This was the best opportunity to kill him, but Lan Cheng knew that he had to suffer. He had flipped the heaven and earth plate 6 times, which consumed too much of his magic power in an instant. Originally, he could release 100 strands of fine light at once, but in the end, he could only release a few dozen strands of fine light. It was not that he was being merciful, but his magic power could not withstand it. According to his original plan, he estimated that he would only need to flip the universal plate 4 times, and release 2 barriers and 2 rays of light to win the battle. However, the swordsman was too resilient, and allowed him to flip the universal plate 6 times. If he wanted to attack again, his magic power would slow down by a bit. Furthermore, their current height was too close to the ground. Lan Cheng was a little regretful. He shouldn't have flown so low back then. But the problem was, would the swordsman still be fooled and attack you if you flew too high? That was how battles were. Nothing was perfect. Guang Bei signaled Yang Bo and Lu Xiaoyi with his eyes and rushed to the place where Yang Bo fell. Fortunately, it wasn't too high. Otherwise, even if he didn't die from the strands of fine light, he would have fallen to his death. He quickly stuffed some pills into his mouth and protected his heart. Knowing that he wouldn't die anytime soon, he handed him over to the mountain kuei cultivators who arrived later. Since Yang Bo wouldn't die, now was not the time to treat him. There were 2 more dangerous swordsmen below. When he returned, Yang Bo was already in the sky, fighting with a peerless cultivator. Throughout the battle, he didn't speak to the 2 cultivators. Any advice he gave now would be meaningless. It would only disturb their state of mind. Whether or not they could withstand such pressure would determine their future, and whether or not they could become real swordsmen. Yang Bo and his opponent were not fighting at a low altitude. Instead, they were fighting at a height of several hundred feet. Both of them wanted to defeat their opponent fair and square. The peerless cultivator fighting against her was also a magic cultivator who thought highly of himself. Perhaps he would come up with a strategy when facing an inner sword cultivator. But if his opponent was only an outer sword cultivator and he was still so petty, wouldn't he be lacking in confidence? There was a clear gap in time between him and Yang Bo. Yang Bo had only built her foundation 40 years ago, but he had already built his foundation for more than 100 years. The difference of 60 years wasn't as simple as the difference in cultivation. There was also experience, insight, knowledge, and a spell system that could be fully polished over a long period of time. The level of an outer sword cultivator was basically equivalent to the level of a magic cultivator from a large sect, or even slightly inferior. Under such a comparison, how could he, a peerless elite magic cultivator, lose to a young Kuan cultivator of the younger generation? Therefore, he rose 5,000 feet above the ground and clearly told his opponent that he wouldn't land until the victor was decided. He was 5,000 feet above the ground, so Yang Bo had no choice but to follow. Who told her to start late because she was worried about Yang Bo's injuries? When a magic cultivator from a large sect took a proper stance, all sneak attacks were useless. At the very least, they couldn't be used in the beginning. She had to first break the opponent's magic power and psychological balance. If her attacks could reach the level of Guang Bei's storm-like attacks, it wouldn't be difficult to break the opponent's balance. Unfortunately, she was far from Guang Bei's ability, so she could only clash with her opponent fair and square. This wasn't the rhythm of a swordsman, this was the rhythm of a magic cultivator. In this kind of rhythm, it was very difficult to win by surprise. They needed to first disrupt each other's rhythm and find a breakthrough point. Unfortunately, after several attempts, Smoky Chimera's attempts were all neutralized by his experienced opponent. Not only did his probing fail, but he was also at a disadvantage. They had reached the most crucial moment, and the outcome would be revealed very soon. Guang Bei and Lu Xiaoyi both saw this point. They didn't know what choice Yang Bo would make. Risking her life to create an opportunity? Yang Bo was very clear about her current situation. She knew that she had already lost her chance. Even if she risked her life, it wouldn't bode well for her. She didn't care about her life. But she cared about her companions. Although she never said it out loud, the 3 people in the small team were her family. Guang Bei was like an elder, Yang Bo was always pretending to be stupid, and Cigarette but was always unpredictable. She couldn't let them go. If she died here, there was still Yang Bo, who was seriously injured and needed someone to take care of him. Her small team would be doomed. No matter how strong Guang Bei was, he couldn't possibly lead a heavily injured person and a newcomer to fight against 6 elite magic cultivators. If they fell out with Wushang, they wouldn't even have the ability to walk out of the mountain Manet tribe. Therefore, she was very clear that to her now, it wasn't a matter of victory or defeat, but a matter of survival. She had to survive completely. Only then could she protect Yang Bo. The 3 of them were united, and only then could she extinguish Wushang's thoughts of silencing them. As for dignity, she already knew that it was worthless in the realm of 9 palaces many years ago. Therefore, out of everyone's expectations, after a turn in her attack, her sword flashed and she took the initiative to land on the ground. Her expression was as cold as ice, as if she wasn't talking about herself. I lost. Chapter 299. Guang Bei heaved a sigh of relief. The result was terrible, but it was the worst possible result. Smoky's choice was another kind of improvement in the state of mind. The Shenyuan swordsmen did not lack fierce people who would grit their teeth and fight at such a time, but they lacked wise people who knew when to retreat and take the initiative to admit defeat. To give up one's so-called sword heart for the sake of the group, this was the true sword heart. He did not have much time to think. The peerless cultivator's tempo was very fast, and his intention was to not give the swordsman enough time to consider. Before the previous cultivator landed, the next cultivator had already leaped out. Similarly, they were at a height of 4,000 feet, and similarly, they had adopted a stance of fighting fair and square. This was their strategy. To deal with the two outer swordsmen of Shenyuan, they had to show their magnanimity and crush them. They did not play tricks, only open schemes. With the peerless cultivator here, who dared to fight? What a good idea. In Guangbei's heart, his junior brother was a little slow. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. He was a newbie with rich experience in killing, and was quick-witted and sharp. He should not be so foolish as to let others take the initiative. However, Guangbei's habit was to fully trust his companions. He always believed that his junior brother must have his own reasons for doing so. Lu Xiaoyi slowly flew up and stopped after a few hundred feet. He estimated the distance between them, shrugged his shoulders, and shot out a flying sword. There was a height difference of 3,000 feet between them. If they were facing diagonally, there was already a distance of 4,000 feet. Even someone as strong as Guangbei could not reach such a long distance with his flying sword. In other words, the flying sword might be able to reach, but in the later stages, it would have lost control and could not be controlled. Then, could this newbie outer swordsman be a legendary king? A heaven-defying existence? The answer was quickly revealed. When the flying sword left the sword case, it was still aggressive and full of killing intent. However, it did not fly for more than a few hundred feet before it reached its peak, and its aura began to weaken. After a few hundred feet, it lost its power and its momentum began to sway. After a few hundred feet, anyone could see that the flying sword had lost control. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand, and the flying sword began to reluctantly fly back. He still had to go forward, and while doing so, he cupped his fists. It's too far, I can't reach it. The flying sword finally returned, and he also landed on the ground. He walked back leisurely, not feeling that there was anything embarrassing about this at all. A Dharma cultivator shouted, "Hey, are you admitting defeat?" This is the first time I've seen a swordsman admit defeat without even trying. Xuanyuan's swordsmanship is getting worse with each generation. Although Lu Xiaoyi had lost, his mouth was not. Same here. This young master has only been in the sect for a little over 10 years, so it's understandable that my sword wind isn't that strong, right? I can't compare to your boss. I've been raised in Supreme for 100 years, but I don't see how much stronger he is than me. My senior brother's light sword strike was not much heavier than a fart, but he was actually able to shake his entire body. Could it be that he was having a seizure at that time? Both of them had taken the initiative to admit defeat, so who was more noble than the other? Lu Xiaoyi's loss was somewhat unbearable, then how strong was darker? Those who put on airs were even more disgusting. At the very least, my senior brother managed to take one of his attacks. That's a beating. I didn't take his attack, but this young master let out a move. It's clear who's better and who's worse. My senior brother flew higher than you. I've never heard of someone who can fly higher and lower when embarrassing themselves. At least this young master knows how to fly lower so that fewer people can see. I don't have the face to show my butt in the sky. On the swordsman's side, Guangbei was an introverted person and was not good with words. Yang Cheng was a woman and could not scold. However, Lu Xiaoyi's mouth was a battle of words, and he did not fall behind in the slightest even when facing several supreme cultivators. This made the mountain Pixians laugh. This little swordsman's sword was not much, but his mouth was very good. Guangbei sighed. This time, Shenyuan was bound to lose. With Yang Bo's defeat, the situation changed greatly. Yang Cheng protected herself, and possibly their team as well, but the situation was even worse. Lu Xiaoyi, who he originally had high hopes for, seemed to be shrewd and cunning, but in fact, he was only strong with his mouth. He was actually looking forward to this brat going against his will and winning this round, but he did not expect him to be so obedient after hearing him to this extent. He actually showed weakness without any skill. In any case, he should have fought a few rounds and deliberately revealed some flaws, so that he could use them in the next round. Could it be that in the end, he would only be able to win the 2 rounds that he participated in? Although his personal power would flourish after this battle, and even his ranking would rise a step further, he was not happy at all. He hoped that the companions by his side would be as strong as him. In his loneliness, he flew into the sky and remained silent, waiting for the next supreme cultivator to challenge him. Although he knew the possibility was not high, he really wanted to find an opportunity to fiercely vent his anger. His companions had all been defeated, and he had won like he was chewing vinegar. This feeling made him sullen, as if there was a ball of fire in his heart that could not be released. He really couldn't vent his anger. The cultivator who fought against him in the 5th round cupped his hands towards him in the air. Unexpectedly, he did not jump out and directly admitted defeat. Fellow Daoist Guangbei, you are a figure in the top 100 of the heroes list of Foundation establishment. Your sword skills are unparalleled, and you are a hero. I know I am no match for you, so I will not go up and embarrass myself. This person spoke politely, but Guangbei was furious when he heard this. However, he was an introverted person, and he never lost his composure in front of others. When others treated him with respect, he could only return the favor. However, the fire in his heart was already burning more and more fiercely. This was all within the supreme cultivator's expectations. They wanted to give the strongest internal swordsman the cold shoulder, and use all their strength to attack his companions. Therefore, as soon as this round ended, the last supreme cultivator immediately leaped into the air. He was also at a height of 4,000 feet, and looked down with a provocative expression. Lu Xiaoyi had just sheathed his sword, and it was his turn again. To be honest, the switching speed of the last few rounds was really too fast. How was this a battle of magical powers? It was simply a battle of wits. He muttered to himself, and no one knew what he was complaining about. He slowly rose up and passed by Guangbei, who was descending. Guangbei hesitated for a moment. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. After this battle, the morale of the team was low, and they needed to spend a lot of effort to recover. Sigh, it was all his fault. He should not have fought in the arena. Lu Xiaoyi was still dawdling, and he still stopped at a height of several hundred feet. The cultivators below sneered at him. What everyone wanted to see now was his way of admitting defeat. Would it be the same boring way of pretending to release a sword and then running away? Indeed, in everyone's eyes, this little swordsman was putting on an act and releasing a sword. It was still the same flying sword, and it was still as aggressive and murderous as before. However, everyone knew that this flying sword would not fly more than 1,000 feet before it was exposed. The supreme cultivator in the air also joined in the fun. In order to humiliate Shen Yuan, he did not activate any defense. Instead, he descended another 1,000 feet, and his hands were behind his back. He looked like he was waiting for someone to bow down to him. This was not completely arrogant, because as supreme cultivators, they understood Xuanyuan's swordsman too well. They knew very well where the limits of a swordsman's attack were. For a newbie like Lu Xiaoyi, his attack could not exceed 1,500 feet. That was the iron limit. Even Yang Cheng, who had a higher cultivation level, was only around 200 feet. Therefore, even though he had descended a little, the distance between them was still around 250 feet. It was absolutely safe. Since it was absolutely safe, why not put on an act and show the grace of a great sect? As expected, the flying sword was the same as before. After 500 feet, its aura weakened. After 1,000 feet, it was a little crooked. After 1,500 feet, the flying sword was already showing signs of falling uncontrollably. Chapter 300. Everything was within everyone's expectations. The next step would be for the little swordsman to land on the ground and show off his glib tongue, right? At this moment, The flying sword was less than 1,000 feet away from the peerless cultivator. The momentum of the sword had already slowed down, and there was no other choice but to fall. The cultivator let down his last bit of vigilance and looked at the little swordsman. As expected, the little swordsman began to slowly float down. The exact same method, no novelty at all. Everyone thought that the battle was over, and that all that was left was to admit defeat or land on the ground. But no one noticed that the flying sword, for seasons, paused for a moment before rising up and shooting out like a venomous snake. In that instant, the terrifying sound of the sword filled the air, and killing intent filled the air. There was no turning back. "Junior brother, be careful." The people below only had time to shout this sentence, but it was already meaningless. By the time they shouted the last word, the flying sword had already taken effect. How long would it take for a flying sword to travel less than 1,000 feet? In theory, it shouldn't take more than 2 breaths, depending on the cultivator's cultivation and sword technique. Lu Xiaoyi's 4 Seasons was currently a 9-layered flying sword, and the speed sword formation had 5 layers. This was already completely within the category of a speed-type flying sword. In addition to the support of the sword spirit, the uneven fulcrum allowed this sword to exceed the theoretical value under normal circumstances, reaching a height that a swordsman might not be able to achieve even after hundreds of years of sword practice. In just a breath's time, the flying sword was about to reach him, but the spell cultivator only had time to erect the most basic protective aura shield. He had just taken out his magic tool, talismans were still in his storage ring, and his defensive spell had yet to form. Everything was too late. The flying sword was extremely precise, and it pierced right through his forehead and came out of his brain. A bright red flower of blood exploded in the air. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyi pulled himself up. He had to make it seem like he was receiving the flying sword. He had to make people think that he had only used a secret technique, and that he didn't have the ability to attack from a distance. It wasn't good for him to be too high-profile now, and he had to conceal himself. When he approached, the spell cultivator's blood exploded in the air. He still felt nauseous for no reason, and needed to eat something to suppress his nausea. Amidst the exclamations, several figures flew into the air at the same time. This was the natural reaction of magic cultivators who had lost their companions. But if you don't take precautions, this reaction may evolve into a different outcome. However, there was a figure that was faster than everyone else. It was a flash of sword light. Guang Bei, who was in the flash of sword light, was laughing loudly. After a long period of depression and sudden release, he, who had always paid attention to his appearance, lost his composure. His face twisted in extreme pleasure. What? Not admitting defeat? Fine, 5 against 3. Today, we will fight to the death here. Whoever leaves halfway will be the demonic beast's pet. Smokey silently came to Yang Bo's side. This was her duty. She had been dealt a blow. It was clearly an outcome of certain defeat, but now it had miraculously reversed, and the reason was that shocking sword strike. She admitted that she could not unleash such a sword strike, but at the same time, she believed that this strike was probably an overdraft of her strength, and she could not continue. Even so, it was already very impressive. This was a sword formed by the combination of various schemes, a sword that could not be replicated. It was an effect that could only be achieved by the close cooperation of a swordsman and a Dharma cultivator. Countless coincidences turned into an inevitability. Was this the reason why she had killed before? Senior brother Guang Bei was right. It was impossible for her to unleash such a sword strike. It was too strange, too sinister, too unpredictable. In the end, the Dharma cultivator did not choose to turn hostile. This was a normal and rational choice. It was embarrassing now, but if they turned hostile and engaged in a chaotic battle, it would be embarrassing for the Supreme. If they did not abide by the terms of the bet, even the Supreme would not forgive them. They did not speak harshly, nor did they swear an oath. The few Supreme cultivators carried the corpses of their companions and left hurriedly. However, each of them would pass by Lu Xiaoyi, who was eating sugar-coated haws, and give him a deep look. Lu Xiaoyi was very innocent. It's not my fault. He was stupid. He came up of his own accord. How could he be so stupid? It doesn't make sense. Clan leader Shan Kuei walked over and said respectfully, 4 against 6, and you still managed to win. Xuanyuan's reputation for being good at fighting is well deserved. Martial uncle told me that the Shan Kuei clan will join the Western region's cultivation world. This was an inevitable choice for the Shan Kuei clan. If they remained neutral, they would offend both sides. What good would that do? Therefore, if they left the Supreme, they would have to choose Shenyuan. Even if they were more inclined towards the Dharma lineage, after seeing Xuanyuan's true strength, they had no choice but to submit to reality. This battle wasn't as simple as 4 against 6. Among the 4 swordsmen from Shenyuan, 2 were external swordsmen, and 1 was even a newcomer to the foundation establishment stage. Even so, they could not win. They did not even have the courage to turn hostile after the battle. This made the Shan Kuei clan realize that in the cultivation world, strength was everything. The rest of the contract went smoothly. Without any disturbances, and with the demonstration of strength, it would be strange if it did not go smoothly. At night, in the wooden house, Lu Xiaoyi and Smoky Puppet watched as Guang Bei treated Yang Bo. They were both amateurs in this aspect. Lu Xiaoyi could not do it, and neither could Smoky Puppet. Guang Bei's treatment was heavy. In his words, this was a necessary lesson. In this battle, the 2 junior brothers and sister of the external sword sect, who had lower cultivation, had made the right choice and persevered until the end. On the contrary, it was his second senior brother, who was usually arrogant, who had dropped the ball. In Guang Bei's words, it was too embarrassing for the external sword sect. Yang Bo closed his eyes and did not say a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Hopefully, he could walk out of this shadow smoothly. No one could help him with this. Guang Bei also ignored him. Only Lu Xiaoyi knew what to say so that this fellow would not continue to feel ashamed and refuse to open his mouth. Among the 4 of them, there was only one bickering companion, so he could not become a mute from now on. Senior brother. Why don't we send senior brother Yang Bo to his father-in-law's Yushong clan? With his wife's care, his injuries will heal faster. This sentence was indeed effective. Yang Bo immediately said, cigarette butt, are you trying to harm me again? I can't go to that place. I'll die of exhaustion. Everyone laughed. Guang Bei snorted, not playing dead anymore. Let's see if you still dare to raise your chin to the sky after this. Just stay here and recuperate. In a month, you will be able to move again. Escaping won't be a problem, but you might be affected in battle. Recover slowly. It won't take too long. Smokey asked, senior brother, we still have 2 people from the High Mountain tribe in the center. Do you want to wait for a month, or do you want to send 2 people there first? Guang Bei flatly refused. He was the eldest senior brother, not alone. He had to be responsible for the safety of his junior brothers and sisters. At the very least, he could not throw his life away in a meaningless place. We're not going anywhere. We'll stay here and accompany Yang Bo to recuperate. As for the last 2 people from the High Mountain tribe, we won't go. When Yang Bo is almost recovered, we'll go to the tribe near the western region of the Wolf Ridge. Chapter 301. They were all smart people. Guang Bei's decision was very prudent and reasonable. They split up and went to the next High Mountain tribe. How many people would go? Someone had to stay behind to look after Yang Bo, so only 2 people could go. Under the premise that the supreme cultivators had already begun to move, the strength of 2 people was too weak. In the end, no matter if it was the 2 who went to negotiate or the 2 who stayed behind, they would be completely uncontrollable. It was not advisable. If they stayed here for more than a month, the remaining 2 High Mountain tribe members would have already been persuaded by the supreme cultivator. If they rejected the supreme cultivator, they would also reject Shenyuan and wholeheartedly maintain their independence. Otherwise, they would have already sided with the supreme cultivator, so there was no point in going or not. Moreover, it would increase the chances of fighting against the supreme cultivator. If there were 4 inner swords here, Guang Bei would definitely go, not for the contract, but to provoke them. However, it was different now. Yang Bo and Lu Xiaoyi had not reached the level he wanted. There was no need to waste these two good outer sword seedlings on fighting Qi. Lu Xiaoyi did not know what Yang Bo was thinking, but he fully supported his senior brother's decision. He was a little arrogant in this battle and his mouth was a little foul. He was probably already on someone's revenge list. With his temper, it was better to avoid trouble. It would be best for everyone to go back to the dome and hide for a while. The matter was settled. Lu Xiaoyi still pretended to be concerned. Senior brother Yang Bo, senior brother is so careless. Do you want me to find a gentler female mountain pisho cultivator to take care of you? With senior brother's peerless beauty, hehe, you might even get a Dao companion. Yang Bo is famous for his beauty. Every clan has a mother-in-law. Hehe, it's also a good story. Yang Bo said, cigarette but, I swear I won't let you live under the same sky. The days suddenly calmed down. This was Lu Xiaoyi's favorite rhythm. He began to return to his usual pace of cultivation. Every day, he practiced his sword in the mountains. It was a different feeling. So far, only the Four Seasons sword spirit had learned the 4-6 pivot of balance. However, after one strike, he was still a little rusty and could not control it perfectly. Zhu Cheng was slightly worse because the time it took to become a spirit was relatively short. His goal was that when he fought with others in the future, he wouldn't need to play those tricks of the cryptic domain. He just needed to let his opponent stand still and set up a defensive formation, and he would still be able to kill his opponent in one strike. This was the true flying sword in his heart. However, he had set his target a little too high. It was as if he was looking down on all the heroes in the world. The crux of the matter was that he was lazy. Since he could not avoid a fight, then he might as well use his sword. This reason was very strange, but Lu Xiaoyi did not have any grand ambitions, so he set a small goal first. This time, he didn't use hidden fragrance because without a sword spirit, hidden fragrance couldn't spread that far. In the face of a major event, he still had to be careful. He couldn't use it indiscriminately just because he wanted to create another sword spirit. If he didn't do it well, he might lose his life. On this day, Lu Xiaoyi was wielding his sword on a mountain peak. The mountain peak was surrounded by clouds and mist, giving it a feeling of being in a fairyland. The flying sword traveled through the clouds, relying entirely on the perception of his divine sense. It had a different kind of artistic conception. Vaguely feeling that someone was approaching, Lu Xiaoyi put away his flying sword and waited quietly. Taoist Guangbei came out of the clouds and mist. He even joked, Xiaoyi, your long-range attack almost pierced through your senior brother. Lu Xiaoyi knew he was joking. He had seen senior brother Guangbei use his sword. The frequency of the flying sword was fast and dense. It was really not something he could withstand. However, he estimated that if he had the same amount of time as Guangbei to build his foundation, he wouldn't be too bad, right? The difference in cultivation level really had a big impact on him. Guangbei came to his side and stood side by side. He didn't say much, only looking at the mountains and sea of clouds. At this time, words were superfluous. Only those who knew how to silently appreciate it could understand this artistic conception. After a long time, Guangbei invited, "Want to compete?" Lu Xiaoyi gladly accepted. The two of them each occupied a mountain peak that was 4,000 feet away. Lu Xiaoyi knew that his senior brother wanted to test his swordsmanship, which was why they stood so far away. He could reach 4,000 feet, but Guangbei could barely reach it. His maximum range of control was 3,000 feet, which was already close to the limit of the foundation establishment stage. He didn't hold back. This was a good opportunity to discover the gap between himself and a 5-ringed foundation establishment cultivator. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have given him such an opportunity. The 4 seasons were as fast as lightning, arriving in an instant. Guangbei only used his flying sword to block and block, not moving to counterattack. He wanted to test the power of his junior brother's sword and see how he could kill with one strike. With this test, he immediately felt the weight of the flying sword. It was far heavier than a newcomer in the same realm. It was even heavier than Yang Cheng, a swordsman who had built his foundation for more than 40 years. What surprised him the most was that this wasn't a one-off deal. Even at a distance of 4,000 feet, the flying sword was still perfectly controlled. It circled around, slashed, stabbed, and slashed, abnormally agile. Even someone as strong as him had to take it seriously. He didn't dare to let his guard down. The difference between the inner flying sword and the inner flying sword was that the inner flying sword's attack frequency was higher. A single flying sword was like a group of flying swords, winning by quantity. Moreover, there was no need to worry about using up all the flying swords. The outer flying sword's attack frequency was much lower. This was a shortcoming, and it couldn't be compared to the inner flying sword. However, because the outer flying sword had form and substance, it was stronger than the inner flying sword. Even a powerful inner flying sword like Guangbei couldn't cancel out the power of the four seasons with just one strike. It would take at least 2 or 3 strikes. He also realized that the power of the four seasons sword was always different. When it was strong, he would need 3 strikes to repel it. When it was weak, he would only need 2 strikes. It should be some kind of secret technique of the outer flying sword. The sword duel ended after an hour. Guangbei didn't attack. To him, Lu Xiaoyi definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it if he used his full strength. If there was no point in reducing the power, he might as well not attack. He mainly wanted to see this junior brother's true strength, not to attack him. They stood shoulder to shoulder again, Guangbei's face full of admiration. At the same cultivation level, no matter if it's the outer flying sword or the inner flying sword, no one is your match. In the outer flying sword, no one below 100 years of cultivation is your match. It's a different story for those above 100 years. You've gone to the wrong place. You should have come to my inner flying sword. Lu Xiaoyi was very embarrassed. There's no other way. The sword pill doesn't care about me, Guangbei sighed. How could he not know that basically all the outer flying swords were cultivated because they couldn't capture the sword pill? It was just that it was a pity to use this potential on the outer flying sword. When I saw you killing people, you didn't control your sword properly. Now, you're handling it with ease at 400 feet. Is this for others to see? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. My sword's speed is a little scary, so it's better to hide it. Let others think that I've used a secret technique to stimulate my potential for a strike. There's no follow-up power. This way, their judgment will be wrong, and it'll be beneficial to me. Scheming. Guangbei laughed. He was very satisfied that this junior brother didn't hide anything from him. This was a form of trust. He didn't treat him as an outsider. Originally, I also thought that you had used some kind of secret technique. I wanted to advise you not to use this kind of technique to stimulate your potential in the future. It's not good for your future cultivation. But since it's like this, I'm relieved. But from what I see, junior brother, for you to have such a perverted shooting range, is it because your flying sword has given birth to a sword spirit? Chapter 302. Lu Xiaoyi was not surprised. Since he had exposed his long shooting range to Guangbei, he did not intend to keep it a secret. After 2 years of being together, he admired this senior of his. He had the demeanor of a real elder brother, and he felt very close to him. Furthermore, this kind of secret could not be kept forever unless he never fought with others. Guangbei was a master swordsman, at least in the foundation establishment stage. He could immediately feel the difference with just one touch. That's right. It's a little strange. It's hard to find the real reason for the birth of a sword spirit. It would be great if there were a few more. Guangbei laughed and shook his head. It's already a great fortune to have one, and you're still thinking of getting a batch? If that's the case, not to mention external swordsmen, even internal swordsmen would be beaten by you. I've seen your swordsmanship. I wonder what direction you've chosen for your cultivation in the future. Lu Xiaoyi knew that his senior was not trying to find out his secret, but was trying to help him come up with ideas. Of course, he was very willing. In a sense, the suggestions of internal swordsmen were even more valuable than those of his external swordsman. My main direction should be the sword spirit. This is the most important part of my swordsmanship system, but my problem is that my communication with the sword spirit is very slow, and I can't fully utilize the sword spirit's power. This is the most troublesome part for me. Guangbei nodded and encouraged him to continue. In terms of pure swordsmanship, I feel that the external swordsmanship will never be able to reach the level of the internal swordsmanship. It's all-encompassing, ultra-high frequency, and concentrated attacks. Therefore, I want to increase the power of a single attack, and strive to break through the defense with one attack. I don't know if this direction is right. My cultivation is a shortcoming, and I can only wait for a while. I can't wait any longer. Guangbei closed his eyes and pondered. After a long time, he said, I can't tell you the details. After all, I'm not an external swordsman. If I go into too much detail, it might affect your judgment. But in terms of two aspects, as someone who's more than 100 years older than you, I have some experience. First, your judgment on the sword spirit is not bad. For a swordsman, the human body is strong but the spirit is weak, and cannot fully utilize the power of the sword. The human body is weak but the spirit is strong, and it will be out of control. Therefore, the swordsman and the sword spirit should be in a state of synchronization for their entire lives. When you're cultivating, you can't forget to help the sword spirit cultivate, especially when the sword spirit is just born. It can't cultivate on its own, so the help of the master is very important. Although I don't know what's going on with the sword spirits of your external swords, in my opinion, since they're both swords, then the sword spirits of the external and internal swords should have something in common. Some of the training methods should also have something in common. It's impossible for them to be completely separated. In the inner sword fan tower, there are a few ways to train the sword spirit. Of course, the main focus is on the sword pill, but I think you should take a look. Maybe you can find something useful that can speed up the training of your sword spirit and quickly approach your current realm. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. There's actually such a technique. If senior martial brother hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. But why didn't I see anything similar in the bow tower of the outer sword, but only the inner sword fan tower has it? Guangbei smiled. Of course there are external swords. It's just that you can't see it. In the outer sword, the sword spirit of the flying sword is at the Yuanying level, so all the similar techniques can only be seen by perfected Yuanying people. You can't come into contact with them. Even if you do come into contact with them, you can't cultivate them because all the techniques are based on the cultivator being a Yuanying person. We can't even understand those things, so how can we cultivate them? The inner sword is different. We have the sword pill and the sword spirit from the foundation establishment stage, so these techniques are also suitable for foundation establishment cultivation. It's the right path. In theory, the outer sword and the inner sword can observe each other's techniques, but this requires the approval of the elders and a certain level of status and recognition. Little junior brother, your situation in Marojian town was also not loved by the elders and uncles. I don't know how you managed to survive. Could it be because of that mouth of yours? But with your strength, you have the qualifications. If you don't have the qualifications, then no one in the outer sword has the qualifications. I have some connections in the inner sword and can be considered to have some say. After returning to Cheongding, come find me and I'll take you to Fan Lu. It's not a difficult matter. Lu Xiaoyi was overjoyed. Although his mouth was sinister, it was useful when scolding others, but it was a little stupid when it came to flattery. Moreover, he didn't think that someone like his senior brother who helped him could be repaid with word. Guangbei snorted. Pay attention. Without any warning, a ray of light flashed above his head and he felt a murderous aura. In an instant, a several jong thick bluestone 300 jong away was cut in half. He could barely achieve this with Ju Cheng, but the problem was that senior brother Guangbei was an inner sword. The inner sword was inferior to the outer sword in terms of power. This could be seen from the fact that senior brother needed 2 or 3 strikes to force back his 4 seasons. But why was senior brother's strike so sharp? With such sharp penetration, coupled with the high frequency of strikes, how could others block it? Did you see it clearly? What did you feel? Guangbei asked. Lu Xiaoyi pondered carefully. It seems like senior brother used a power that doesn't really belong to you. Guangbei nodded and exhaled. Yes. I used a power that doesn't belong to me, but I can control it. This involves the second point that you're worried about, the problem of the flying sword's power. The power of a flying sword depends on many aspects, such as the sword spirit, speed, experience, proficiency, swordsmanship, sword formation, material, etc. But the most basic is still cultivation. But cultivation can't be achieved quickly, and shouldn't be pursued quickly. What I showed you just now is only the tip of the iceberg. It involves influencing flying swords, or even all orthodoxies, whether it's the power of swords or spells. As a cultivator's realm increases, this direction will become more and more important, and that is, the higher the level of a cultivator. Force. Force. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly understood. This was a brand new door that was slowly being pushed open in front of him. Guang Bei was in high spirits. Everything in the world has force. There are no living things. Mountains have mountain force, water has water force, wind has wind force, clouds have cloud force, power has power, men have power too. Since that's the case, the flying sword naturally has force too. Where does force come from? Not only from oneself, but also from borrowing the force of heaven and earth. Our realms are low now, and we may only be able to draw from the stones and scenery around us. When our realms are higher, it may be a world of its own. When we reach that unspeakable realm, the universe and stars, all of them are places to draw from force. My strike just now drew from the three forces, the mountain force of high peaks, the wind force of going against the wind, and the force of venting the pent-up frustration in the heart. Borrowing the force of the three forces, one strike with several times the power. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and it has great potential in the future. It's an essential part of all cultivators who want to be above others. It can't be underestimated. Chapter 303. P.S. In August, Old Sloth would update at least 10,000 times a day, so he should be able to gather enough monthly ticket. Seeing that the end of the month is approaching, that thing won't produce any offspring and will expire. Therefore, I ask my friends to see if there are any tickets in your hands to help Old Sloth. Lu Xiaoyi's heart surged as he listened, but he was more concerned about where he could obtain such a technique. Obviously, Guang Bei knew what he was thinking. Regarding force, there are both external and internal swords. There aren't too many requirements regarding the realm. Of course, we can't understand force that is too complicated and profound right now. You can go to Bo Tower to look for it, it's bound to be there. When you come to Fan Tower, you can also choose a suitable technique from the internal swords related to force. This thing is even more illusory to cultivate. It doesn't have a fixed method and is more focused on understanding. In terms of mental state, how much you can achieve depends on your innate talent. Lu Xiaoyi was very curious. Senior brother, how many disciples of large sects can comprehend force? Guang Bei looked into the distance and sighed softly. Very few. You have to know that although cultivators seem to have a long lifespan, in fact, they don't have enough time. In the first 50 years after foundation establishment, the focus is on cultivation. This is the foundation of everything. During this period, there is also the initial sculpting of swordsmanship. The internal sword needs to learn the sword speed and frequency, which takes up a lot of time. The external sword needs to be carved into sword formations, which is also a clumsy effort. After 50 years, when you have a certain foundation in all aspects, you need to go out and gain experience, make friends, and broaden your horizons. Most importantly, at this stage, it's time to start accumulating resources. The internal sword is a bit better, but the external sword needs to be carved into sword formations. If you want to increase your strength, you have to carve more flying swords, but carving more flying swords requires a lot of resources. This cycle repeats, creating a vicious cycle. After 100 years, there is only one goal left, which is to attack the Jindan. This is a process that requires a lot of resources. Therefore, in the life of foundation establishment, you are always in a kind of balance between survival, improvement, resources, and the upper realm. It's very difficult to have a fixed time to comprehend some illusory things, and force is a skill that requires a lot of innate talent. It's not something that can be solved by hard work. Of course, These are the experiences of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators, with the exception of abnormal freaks. Lu Xiaoyi acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if his senior brother was not talking about him. If he could feel these things, then he should be one of those ordinary people, right? His cultivation was low, his resources were scarce, and his living environment was harsh. If not for the sword spirit's help, he would have long become a commoner. After comprehending force, one can stand out among the elites of a sect and become a true peak existence. Cultivators like Yu and Wushang didn't comprehend force, only that Lan Cheng had some clues in this regard. Your senior brother Yang Bo also didn't comprehend force, otherwise, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. His basic swordsmanship and cultivation are already sufficient, but he's still lacking in this aspect. That's why he hasn't been able to improve his battle prowess. He looked at Lu Xiaoyi. If you comprehend force and have a chance to stand out, you'll probably be able to fight for a spot on the 5-Ring Foundation establishment ranking list. You're confident that you'll be in the top 1,000. What do you think, Xiaoyi? Lu Xiaoyi didn't care. As a bad student, he hated the so-called ranking list the most. What's the benefit? Guangbei laughed involuntarily. There's no real benefit. The sect won't give you an extra spirit stone or care because of this. Instead, they'll give you the most difficult task. Because you're on the ranking list, you'll face more pressure than ordinary cultivators. If you want to surpass those in front, you'll have to guard against those behind you. Endless battles, even life and death. Lu Xiaoyi somewhat understood. Senior brother means that the only benefit is that you can face more challenges. Improving yourself through challenges is far better than working hard in seclusion in the sect. Guangbei nodded with a smile. At least he wasn't stupid and could see the truth. It's not up to you to decide whether you'll be on the ranking list or not. If you keep killing people like this, you'll have to be on the ranking list even if you don't want to. After saying what needed to be said, Guangbei left, leaving Lu Xiaoyi dumbfounded. Be on the 5-Ring Foundation establishment ranking list? That wasn't what he wanted. He also didn't want to fight to the death with others for some empty reputation. It was meaningless and didn't conform to his style of doing things. Moreover, he didn't think that there was only one way to improve. Couldn't he continue to move up if he didn't participate in the ranking list? That wasn't necessarily the case, right? Every year, all the cultivators in the upper realm, Jindan and Yuanying, had fought their way up the ranking list. That was only one of the methods, a method that belonged to cultivators who loved to fight. Did he, Lu Xiaoyi, love to fight? He didn't think so. He just wanted to end the battle quickly. It was that simple. Yang Bo's injuries were getting better by the day. Healing was one aspect, but a cultivator's powerful self-healing ability was the most important. As long as they didn't die and were able to circulate their cultivation method, they could recover in most cases. That was unless they injured some important places, such as the mind or dantian. However, these places were also the places that cultivators protected the most. Currently, Yang Bo had already begun to circulate her cultivation method on her own. Lu Xiaoyi went out to practice his sword every day, but he had to be diligent. Of the three, Yang Bo was the first. She was a girl who wanted to excel. She was the one who lost points in the arena battle, while her junior brother, who was several decades younger than her, gained merit. This was something she couldn't accept. However, there were some things that couldn't be replaced by diligent study and hard work. Now, apart from suppressing Lu Xiaoyi in cultivation, she had long been surpassed in all other aspects. However, she still didn't know about this and thought that it was just an accident. However, she could faintly feel the footsteps of her junior brother chasing after her. 40 days later, after bidding farewell to the Mandrill tribe, the team set out on their journey again. Lu Xiaoyi was still the vanguard. In the beginning, everyone joked around and taught him a lesson about his cowardice. Now, they completely trusted him. There was no one in the team more suitable for this position than him. With sufficient speed and precise positioning, everyone began to fly back under his guidance. Their next target was the 12 mountain tribes near the front line of the western regions. Because of Xuanyuan's strong influence, these tribes found it hard to refuse Shenyuan. Because they didn't have the obstruction of the mountains, they could feel the heavy pressure in their hearts. Lu Xiaoyi flew very cautiously. Although Guangbei didn't say anything, this was his responsibility. After the supreme cultivator left, there was a possibility that he would gather people to take revenge on them. Guangbei wasn't afraid of this, and Yang Bo and Yang Bo were the same. They were even a little eager to give it a try. However, since his senior brother didn't say anything, he understood that his senior brother was the one who decided what to do next. For this reason, he chose to fly towards the last two central tribes for 2 days. Then, he suddenly turned around and flew back. The Wolf Ridge was too big, and a Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense was very limited. Moreover, he flew without any pattern, so the possibility of setting up an ambush was very small. Among the people behind him, Guangbei didn't say a word. Yang Bo curled her lips, and Yang Bo looked a little regretful. The Supreme Cultivator definitely had more people in this area than they did, and it was very likely that there were more than 6 of them. The tactic of using numbers had always been the favorite of magic cultivators. Therefore, when encountering a Supreme Cultivator, an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers was inevitable. Lu Xiaoyi's actions weren't without reason. 10 million people, I will go. This was only a legend. It required a specific environment and situation, and not a brainless place to drill into where there was danger. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.